I think you're waiting for the bell to ring. We don't have a bell this morning. Great. Good morning and welcome. My name is Marcy Masimoto. Can you all hear? Is it too loud? It's good? Great. My name is Marcy Masimoto. I'm with the Central Valley Educational Leadership Institute at Fresno State. You'll be hearing the term CVELI today, C-V-E-L-I. That's our institute, and we just use CVELI as an abbreviation. We'd love to welcome you to our 6th annual Exemplary Practices in Education Leadership Conference, featuring both Dr. Eric Mazur and Dr. Mariel Hardiman, as well as numerous other educational leaders from our valley. We're looking forward to just a great day, and it's delightful to see all of you here this morning at such an early time, and I heard that parking worked okay, and you got through the breakfast line, and you got settled, and so we're just working out the last little details of the day. We know that this is a very special time in our lives in the world of education, in that with the onset of Common Core state standards arriving, the LCFF and new funding levels for higher ed, challenges continue, and demands are greater for early childhood education. We felt that this was a perfect opportunity to bring educators from across the valley together, like all of you, to shape our 21st century learning. I'd like to ask you to take a look, if you have not already, your program, because there are lots of details in that program. I don't want to have to go through all of them, but I will highlight a few things for you. Please, one, remember to wear your name tag all day today. It will help you get into your sessions and lunch. Also, there are instructions. We're told that the Wi-Fi is going to just turn on like any minute. So, how many of you have tried to log on this morning? Okay. How many of you have been successful logging on this morning? Not quite so many. So, the Wi-Fi system that we're hoping you can log on to is CVELI. There's no password required. If you have the option to use your cell phone and use your own data plan, you can do that also. And the instructions for when Dr. Mazur speaks, he'll be instructing us as to if he's going to be using the learning catalytics or using the clickers. We've distributed the clickers so that we have both options. Your materials can be found on the CVELI website, and hopefully you'll find that in your program. I would like to also mention that we have several opportunities to thank people. First off, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsoring organizations, State Center Consortium, Fresno County Office of Ed, Fresno Pacific University, and California Partnership for the San Joaquin Valley. We also like to acknowledge a special thanks to Wells Fargo and Lozano Smith for their contributions to the Central Valley Educational Leadership Institute. Wells Fargo recently made a gift of $50,000 in support of our Rural Schools Network, and we are really appreciative. The gift was made to honor Dr. John Welty's service and commitment to Fresno State and to CVELI. And CVELI will be renamed the John Welty Center for Educational Policy and Leadership at a later date. And we are so thankful to Wells Fargo for that gift. A few notes before we go further. First off, there are restrooms on this level, women's on my left, men's on my right. There are also restrooms on the mezzanine level, so you have to go down the stairwell to the landing, and there are other restrooms there. Please notice on your name tag, you should have a session number, which is for your breakout sessions. That you can correlate that with the list in your program. If you have no session number, that means that somehow you or whomever registered you did not select one. Most of our breakout sessions are going to be full rooms. You are encouraged to go to the session that you registered for. If you either didn't register or for a session or want to change, you may do that. We are going to have people at the doors. Priority, if the rooms are full, people that pre-registered for the session have priority. So I hope that makes sense to you. You're welcome to change as long as there's space. So, those are details for this morning. I know it's a lot to manage at this point of time, but I have the opportunity to introduce to you our new president of Fresno State, Dr. Joseph Castro, who will be introducing our morning keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Marcy. Good morning, everybody. You know, one of the things I'm learning about Fresno is, and I did grow up here, but I've just, it's come back to me now that everybody wakes up earlier around here. And in San Francisco, the meetings started a little bit later, so I'm adjusting to all that, and very happy to be here with all of you this morning. I feel right at home because less than 10 years ago, I was here in the Valley working with UC Merced and with several of you through the joint doctoral program in educational leadership. And it's really nice to be back here and reconnect with so many old friends and to meet many new ones. And this is not just professional for me, but deeply personal. And the work that Savelli does to advance educational opportunities for our rural schools in particular, but schools throughout the Valley is very important to me personally and professionally, and I'll do whatever I can to support this work and all of you. And want to join in welcoming everybody today, and I have the wonderful privilege of introducing our guest speaker, Dr. Eric Mazur. He's the Balkanski Professor of Physics and Applied Physics at Harvard University and the Area Dean of Applied Physics. He's an internationally recognized scientist and researcher, and he leads a vigorous research program in optical physics and supervises one of the largest research groups in the physics department at Harvard University. And he told me he was just in Kyoto a few days ago, so he really is getting around and has a great opportunity to share with us what he's doing today. After obtaining a PhD in experimental physics at the University of Leiden, Netherlands in 1981, Dr. Mazur went to Harvard and in 1984 joined the faculty and obtained tenure there 6 years later. In addition to his work in optical physics, Dr. Mazur is interested in education, science policy, outreach, and the public perception of science. In 2011, he founded Learning Catalytics, a company that uses data analytics to improve learning in the classroom. He is the chief academic advisor for Turning Technologies, a company developing interactive response systems for the education market. And I think we have those with us today, right? Terrific. Dr. Mazur is the author or co-author of 266 scientific publications and 23 patents. He has also written on education and is the author of Peer Instruction, a User's Manual, a book that explains how to teach large lecture classes interactively. Please join me in welcoming him here today to share with us his knowledge in these important areas, flipped classroom and technology. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be back in California and to be here. I'm not sure if we can count on the Wi-Fi. We'll just take a risk. We have a backup option here. The instructions were on the screen before. Let me flash them back up. If you made an instructor account, log on. I heard the network got a boost. So hopefully if you weren't able to log on before, you can now. Log on with your instructor account and then click Student View and join session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you can ignore the seat because I didn't have a map for this room. So just say, I can't find my seat. If you have not created an instructor account, then create a student account, which is much faster. You don't need to pull your credit card. Enter the sign-up code DEMO, D-E-M-O, and you'll be on. Okay, I do not want to give the impression that this talk is about technology, even though you have a clicker and your device at your table. This talk is about pedagogy. I'm a big fan of technology. I adopt all the latest technology early on. I always stick out my neck and take a risk with technology. However, I think that technology has done very little to improve education, because most use of technology in education is simply old wine into new bottles. Why would a lecture delivered via PowerPoint be any better than one that is done by just writing on the board? I think the only good uses of technology are those that afford a new mode of learning. And there are very few. If you actually take that as a filter, the use of technology in education, I think very few uses of technology pass that. Take, for example, MOOCs. Why would an online lecture be any better than a live lecture? We'll talk about that actually today. So what matters to me is not the technology, it's the pedagogy. And this talk is about pedagogy. Everything I will tell you today, you can do without clickers, you can do without devices and learning catalytics. I'll show you later how to do that. Okay, I should tell you perhaps a little bit about myself. I grew up in the Netherlands, as you heard. I knew from an early age on exactly what I wanted to do. It just never worked out that way. When I was 5, my grandfather gave me a book about astronomy, and I completely fell in love with the subject. The idea that there was this space and all these heavenly bodies around us intrigued me, and I knew right then that I was going to be an astronomer. Well, a number of years later, I enrolled at the university in Leiden, which is actually very famous for astronomy. Some of the world's most famous astronomers are there. In fact, I had Oort from the Oort cloud as one of my teachers. It took no more than 6 weeks for my romance with the heavens to unravel. The teaching was done so badly that I got lost in, declinations and other terms without seeing the beauty of the big picture anymore. I knew I was good at physics, so I switched majors to physics. It took about 6 weeks before I got disgruntled with physics too, but I'd already changed once, so I decided to stick with my second choice. It was a struggle because I was learning mostly by memorization. I was doing very well, but the beauty of doing science eluded me. It was only as a graduate student that I started to rediscover the beauty of doing science. I knew one thing for sure. I was never going to be a professor. My father was a physics professor, my mother an art historian and also on the faculty at the university. I was going to do something useful with my career. So I lined up a job at Philips in Eindhoven, which is a big electronics company, before my PhD. And I remember showing the letter offering me that position to my father, who congratulated me and said, why not take a one-year postdoc in the US before you take on this industry job? And I'd never been to the US, so I thought, that's a great idea. So I called up Philips. I said, is it okay for my job for a year and go to the US to learn about lasers. I was going to work on the development of the compact disc, which was a joint venture between Sony and Philips. So learning about lasers was a good thing to do. They thought it was a great idea. I applied to a number of schools. Harvard offered me a postdoc. I went, and what can I tell you? It's been a long year. After a couple of years, they asked me to become a junior faculty, and I became assistant professor at Harvard, and I started teaching. And looking back at that time is actually quite interesting, because when I started teaching, and you have to know, as an assistant professor, I was asked to teach the course that none of my colleagues wanted to teach: physics for pre-medical students. These were not who wanted to learn physics. No, they had to learn physics, and they saw it as more as a filter to get into med school than as an opportunity to learn about science. Anyway, I happily accepted that teaching assignment, and looking back, something interesting happened. I never asked myself the question, how am I going to teach? Which is kind of strange, right? Because when you take on a new job and you do something new, that should be the first question you ask. In my mind, it was perfectly clear what I was going to do. I was going to do to my students what my professors had done to me. And it was not because of some evil thoughts or bad memories of what my professors had done to me. No, I naively, because I think it was naive, made the assumption, I learned it this way, therefore that's how people learn. And, in my own self-defense, I think we all tend to do that. We tend to project our own experiences onto the world around us. We see the world around us through our own experiences and our own eyes. So I started teaching, and by lecturing, basically, we're standing in front of a large auditorium, not quite as many students as we have here, but still about 250 students. And to make matters worse, very quickly, I was getting signs that what I was doing was the right thing. What are the metrics by which we evaluate teaching? Well, one is the end of semester questionnaire, which in the case of physics for pre-meds is usually a dreaded event. Most of my colleagues would come close to suicide when they saw the results of that questionnaire for a pre-med physics course. But not so for me. I got a 4.2, 4.5 on a 5-point scale. So clearly, the students liked what I was doing. So that's one metric. The other metric is students' performance on exams. Typically, when physics is taught to pre-medical students, it's an algebra-based course that is taught, not a calculus-based course. At Harvard, we gave them a full-blown calculus-based course. And I could give these students some problems on the exam that I wasn't sure I would do well on under the pressure of time and an exam. But many of my students did very, very well on these very complicated problems. So in short, they liked what I was doing. 2, they did well on what I thought were difficult exams. Obviously, I was doing the right thing. And the delusion of being a good teacher went on for many, many years. Even though there were always some disturbing signs. But you see, I'm a positive thinker, so if you get positive signs and negative signs, I ignore the negative ones and focus on the positive ones. You see, every year, in spite of giving me great marks on my end of semester questionnaire, a number of students would write in the comment section at the bottom of their evaluation form, physics is boring, or physics sucks. I could never make any sense. I mean, what is more interesting than understanding how the universe around us works? So I just decided to ignore those remarks. Same thing happens when I go to a party and people ask me what I do for a living, and I tell them I'm a physicist. I get these worried looks. Physics, I had such a hard time with physics in high school or in college. Or my dentist who recently told me, and I couldn't even talk back because I had the thing in my mouth, said, you're a physicist. I got an A for physics in college, but I really didn't understand anything. It always creates this feeling of embarrassment, and I used to not be able to understand why people were so frustrated or are so frustrated by their science education. Anyway, since this is a talk about education and pedagogy, I thought I'd start with a little exercise. And I see that we now have 200 people logged onto the system. If you've forgotten how to get on, go to lcatalytics.com, create an account using the free sign-up code DEMO, if you don't have an account yet, and then use the ID 1234567. Okay, here's what I want you to do. And this is going to be something that I want you to do individually, not as a team or a table. I want you to take a little piece of paper. And don't worry if you're not on the system. I mean, with 200 people, it will work well enough. So don't worry about the technology. Take a little piece of paper and think of something you're good at, something you know you do well, something you're proud of. It could be public speaking. It could be solving partial differential equations. It could be baking cakes. It could be photography, whatever. Ideally, and this is important, it's very personal, and you won't have to reveal it, so you can be brutally honest. Just write it down and then erase it if you write it down electronically, or fold it up and tear it into pieces. But I do want you to write it down and commit yourself to it. Ideally, I want that something that you write down to be something, some skill or knowledge that has been important in the development of your career. So, unless you're a baker, baking cakes will not probably be the thing to write down. And you're all successful individuals, so it shouldn't take too long to write it down. In fact, usually when I'm in an academic environment, by this time there's always somebody who has raised his or her hand and said, only one thing? Yeah, if there's more than one thing, just pick one. Okay, who needs more time? Raise your hand if you need more time. It's quite all right. I'll give you more time. No? Okay. So now that you've committed to something, you can hide it so that your neighbor doesn't see what you've written down. But now comes the hard question, because I want you to think how you became good at whatever it is that you wrote down. Where did you develop that skill or that knowledge? What were the circumstances that led you to become good at it? I can see at once from your faces that is a much harder question. And the reason is, when we're good at something, we tend to enjoy it. When we enjoy it, we take ownership of the learning. We don't even notice that we're learning. So dig into your memory and write in a few words, one or two, what you did to become good at whatever it is that you wrote down. And in learning catalytics. And for those of you who are not yet on, no worries, we'll have another opportunity later. Many other opportunities later. Okay, well, I have done this little exercise all over the globe. In fact, you heard I was in Japan a few days ago. I did it there. I've done it all over Asia. I've done it all over Latin America. I've done it in Australia, all over Europe, all over the US. And there's an interesting thing. The answers you get do not have any cultural dependence. In other words, whether you do this in Saudi Arabia or in South Africa or in Colombia or Chile or the US, you get the same answers. Now, I've never done it in Fresno, so maybe that you all are very different. We'll know soon. But perhaps it's not that surprising. Yes, there are cultural differences, but we're all wired to learn in the same way. I'm excited to listen to this afternoon's talk, and I'm sure that the speaker this afternoon will agree that there are no cultural differences in the way the brain is wired for human beings across the globe. Okay, well, I'm looking here. I have about 120 people who have entered their answer. So you have to type in the answer in that little box here, and then don't forget to hit the submit response, because if you don't hit submit response, I won't see it. So let me stop entry here and display the results, because I can tell you, you are no different from the rest of the world. For those of you who don't have a device, this is what you should see. It refreshes. Is it showing up on your screen? Yeah, okay. So if you have people, it's not showing up on my screen here. That's too bad. Let's see. Maybe it's showing up here. You should see a word cloud, and there's one word that stands out. Okay, my internet connection on my laptop here is lousy. Fortunately, it works on my iPad here. But notice that the biggest word in that word cloud, and peek over the shoulder of somebody else who has a device at your table, is the word practice. We learn by practicing. And I get this all over the world. When I do it with clickers, typically between 50 and 70% of the people choose the word practice. Now, look carefully at that word cloud, because the reason I'm doing this little exercise is not at all to make this point about practicing. I'm trying to make a very different point, because if you look carefully at that word cloud, you see something else really interesting. What is it? What is it? There's a word that is missing. School is missing. What other word is missing? Lecture, teacher, exactly. All the words associated with formal learning are missing there. And how do we teach? This is how we teach. In fact, if I had done this exercise with the clicker and I'd given you the choice between practice, apprenticeship, lecture, and so on, less than 1 or 2% of you would have chosen lecture. So we see right off the bat here that there's something funny going on, right? Something that is important in your career, something you've become really good at and that has played a role in your life. You learned not in this setting. You learned it probably mostly on your own by practicing. This, by the way, is a picture of me teaching my pre-med physics course a long time ago. The picture was taken BC, before computers. I'm using an overhead projector, as you can see. So right off the bat, we see something strange here, right? We don't teach the way we learn. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about the lecture. What is it exactly that happens in a lecture? And then we'll talk about peer instruction, and we'll do a little test of it. And then we'll have a short break so you can stretch your legs. And then after the break, we'll talk about peer instruction 2.0, which involves using learning catalytics. I hope that after the break, most of you will be on. Okay, that's the really exciting stuff. But first, back to the lecture. What is it exactly that happens in a lecture? This is not an auditorium. Half of you are seated with your back to me, which is quite all right, because it should be focused on you, not on me. But if you go back to that picture of me teaching my pre-med course a long time ago at Harvard, and we ask ourselves, what is it exactly that is happening? I would like you to, and blurt it out loud so I can hear it, to describe in 1 or 2 words, and ideally a verb, the process that is happening on the screen behind me. And the 2 verbs I do not want to hear are teaching and learning. So just go ahead. watching, listening, note-taking. Did somebody say sleeping? Who said sleeping there? Ah, you said sleeping. These are my students. This is me. They're not sleeping. You know, it never fails. There's always somebody who says sleeping. So I looked into that a little bit, and it turns out that the French writer Albert Camus once said, some people talk in their sleep. Lecturers talk while other people are sleeping. And it turns out, and I'm really excited to share this with you, that this statement is actually much closer to the truth than you might think. At the MIT Media Lab, one of the researchers in the affective computing group developed a sensor that you can put around your wrist, which is very much like the fitness sensors that you can buy nowadays that measure heart rate and steps taken and so on. But instead of measuring heart rate or steps taken and so on, it measures electrodermal activity, basically neural activity in the skin near the wrist. And they show in this paper that appeared about 2 or 3 years ago, and that has nothing to do with education, they show that what you measure, the electrodermal activity you measure at the wrist, correlates with what you would get through an EEG, so an electroencephalogram. You cannot distinguish between an alpha wave, a beta wave, so the different types of brain waves, but you can use this signal as a proxy for the brain activity. They're mostly interested in doing pain monitoring and other things. But the reason this is interesting is that you can give one of these sensors to a person who then just goes about his or her life for a week and then download the data and analyze the data. So in this paper, there's a figure that shows the data collected from a graduate student at MIT, right? And of course, it's much easier to wear a thing around your wrist, which is not very visible, than to have electrodes sticking out of your head. Maybe an MIT student would be okay with that, but I think most people would not. Anyway, so they gave that student one of these sensors, had him go around his business for a week, or her, I don't know, and asked the student also in a logbook to keep track of the activities that he or she was involved in. So this is this figure from the paper, and maybe we can get it on screens too. At the bottom you see day 1, and then day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, and on the horizontal you see time starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the student put the sensor on to 3 o'clock in the next day. And in tiny little letters underneath, the activity is written down. I want to draw your attention to the parts of the trace, and you can see the trace has parts of high activity and parts of low activity. I want to draw your attention to parts of the trace labeled class. The trace goes flat. Now compare that to what happened when the person was in bed sleeping. The highlighted region there in the middle here. In other words, your students' brains are more active in their beds than are listening to you in class. And we know that sleep is very important from a neurological and cognitive point of view, right? There's REM sleep and so on. Things get transferred from short-term memory to long-term memory. So the brain is very active during parts of the sleep, and you can see that in the patterns that are highlighted there in the middle. Now, for a moment, I do not want you to look at the screen, because the answer to my next question is on the screen already. I just want you to think. So look at me or look at your table. But ask yourself the following question. Is there one other activity that resembles lecture? Very good. You must have heard me before. Okay, very good. Watching TV, exactly. Look here. TV, and the trace goes completely flat. This is something we've known a long time ago, right? Back in the 70s, people did EEGs of people sitting in front of the TV and noticed that the brain goes into some vegetative state. Well, meditative really, but you know, there's no big brain activity. And the reason is you're bombarded with information. There's no time to process that information in a cognitively meaningful way. Yes, there might be emotions, but there's no opportunity to think and pause. Now ask yourself this: why would sitting in a lecture and listening to somebody lecture, ironically, I'm delivering a lecture to you right now, but that will change pretty soon. Why would listening to a lecture be any different from watching TV? And I think these data have some interesting implications also for MOOCs, right? Because you put somebody in front of a recorded lecture and you pretty much have the same thing as watching TV or sitting in a lecture. The brain shuts down. Okay, so you may be right with sleeping, but I want to hear some other words too. So we heard watching, listening, sleeping. Let's hear some more. Daydreaming. But incidentally, when you're daydreaming, I have a colleague in the psychology department at Harvard who's actually looking at mind wandering in the classroom by basically going to lectures given at Harvard, and then there's a bright lamp that gets turned on every, I think, few minutes, and the students have to record then whether they were actually thoughtfully listening to the teacher or their mind was wandering. And he's basically recording and studying how students' minds are wandering during class time. And they're wandering a lot. But as you know, if your mind starts wandering, you can no longer listen to what's coming in. Our brains are not wired to multitask. You do either one thing or the other, not both. Okay, we heard again lots of things that only pertain to the students. I'm there too. I'm not mind wandering. That'd be disastrous while I was teaching. So is there a way we can describe the whole process that involves both me and the students? What is it that is actually happening there? Observation, but that's again the students. I'm talking, so not much transfer, but transfer of what? Transfer of information. Some people sometimes say transfer of knowledge, but I don't know what transfer of knowledge exactly is. Knowledge is something that needs to be constructed in the brain of the learner, but I would completely agree. What is happening in a traditional class is really a transfer of information. And you know what? My students had rubbed that in my face very early in my career, and I had ignored it. Actually, I'd not just ignored it, I'd gotten upset by it. You see, when I was assigned this course, as I told you a minute ago, I didn't ask myself, how am I going to teach? I asked myself the question, what exactly, or more precisely, what book? So I went to a colleague who had taught the course before, and I asked him that question, and he said, oh, in this course we use Halliday and Resnick. It's a classic. It's been a classic for many, many years. Some of you may know that book. And I was told that in the US, students buy the textbook. In Europe, where I was educated, students typically don't buy textbooks for introductory courses. I mean, why spend the money if the professor is presenting the content of the book to you? I went to the Harvard Coop and I said, be sure that by September 15, you have 200 copies of Halliday and Resnick in stock. And as I walked back to my office, I thought, wait a minute. If the students have the book and I have the same book, then what do I do in class? So I knocked on my colleague's door. It was on my way to my office anyway, and I asked him that question. And he said, oh, don't worry. There are lots of different physics textbooks. And he showed me a shelf full of these big, fat physics textbooks. And I started looking around, and very quickly, I found the perfect book. It was perfect for two reasons. One, it was different from Halliday and Resnick, so I was just not just regurgitating the content of the book in front of the students. But that was actually not the important reason. The important reason was the book was out of print. So for every lecture, I spent 10 hours making lecture notes from that other book, Widener and Sells. And in class, I would either project them on the overhead projector or write my notes on the board behind me. And because the notes were different from the book, I thought I should really give my students a copy of the notes. So at the end of each lecture, as they walked out of the classroom, there were stacks of photocopied lecture notes. Now, why do you think I handed them out at the end of class and not the beginning of class? So they would stay and listen. But isn't that already admitting that there's a problem? I mean, why force the students to get the information out of my mouth if they could get it from the notes? Anyway, that never came up in my mind. But what did happen was that at the end of the semester, about half a dozen students wrote in the comment section of their evaluation form, Professor Mazur lectures straight from his lecture notes. Hello? I mean, what was I supposed to do? Develop another set of lecture notes to lecture from that was different from the lecture notes I handed out to them? I was livid. These ungrateful students. But I think the students had a point. I was lecturing from my lecture notes. Anyway, you know, the fact that all around the world, because this is not just my classroom or Harvard, I'm sure that if you were to step into a random class on your own campus, you'd see a very similar scene. So that leads to a question I think is not that crazy. Is that what education is? Is education simply a transfer of information? Since we have those clickers, we might as well put them to work, right? So let's do the following. If you've been playing with your clickers, look at that. By the way, the clickers are they're very simple to use, the clickers. Let me show you. This is the software I have. It's just this little window floating in front. If I press this button, you can start pushing buttons on your clicker. I can see the distribution here. Why don't you all press 1 now? Why don't you all press 1? Good. I love it when audiences follow my instructions. It's just wonderful. Notice that it's only the last click that calls. So if now everybody clicks 5 in the middle, notice that the distribution instantly changes and the 1s disappear in favor of the 5. And when I hit stop here, it just freezes the distribution. I could do this with learning catalytics too, but I want everybody involved here. So that's why I'm using the clicker. And we might as well, since we have them here. So I'm going to hide this display, and I'm going to ask you the following question. Is education just the transfer of information? If you agree with that statement, you press 1. If you think education is more than just the transfer of information, you press 2. So go ahead. And let's see if we get any kind of agreement there. 350, 360. That little number that you see here, let me blow it up so you can see it, shows the number of people who have clicker, so it's 378. And if you've already clicked that and you click a second time, that number doesn't go up because it knows, if you look on the back of the clicker, there's a barcode. So each clicker has a unique serial number. You may think you're here anonymously. I'm sorry. No, you are. Okay, so let's look at the distribution. 3 and 5? Okay, but look, we have an overwhelming majority, 95%, for answer number B, which was no. Education is more than just a transfer of information. A few of you, I pity you, is of the impression that education is just the transfer of information. I have a warning to those people. You are about to lose your job. Because let's imagine for a moment that education is just the transfer of information. What would be the logical thing to do? Think about it pragmatically. If education is just the transfer of information, what should we do? What would be the pragmatic, logical thing to do? Let a computer do it. Videotape the best possible lecture in each subject and in different languages. Put it online, and there you have it. And in fact, it's happening right now. It's happening. What would we lose in addition to our jobs by doing that? Personalization, although you could think of computer schemes to personalize it. And I would teach a large lecture with hundreds of students. It's not that personal either. But what will we lose? Exploration. Interaction. But let's face it, how much interaction is there in a real lecture? I mean, I'm trying very hard to interact with you, and you know, already sometimes it's just like pulling, right? In most lectures, there's very, very, very little interaction. I make a habit of stopping into random classes on campus and visiting them, psychology, business school, and so on, sitting in the back and observing. There's these brilliant lecturers delivering brilliant lectures, fluently, beautifully. And then, you know, you look from the back and you can see that not all students are engaged. And then the instructor stops and says, "Does anybody have a question? Anybody?" Stony silence. And, you know, the students look down. They don't want to make eye contact, right? And if the instructor waits long enough, it's always the same person in the front row who then eventually reluctantly answer. I'd say, in general, and in part that's because of this architecture here that we have on the screen, right? You're put into a passive mode. As soon as you sit down in an amphitheater, you think, I am going to observe. Somebody mentioned observing earlier. In fact, where does this architecture come from? Who invented this architecture? Not Plato himself, I think, but yes, the ancient Greek did. Did they design this as a learning space? No. It was a performance space for theater, for music. It was not meant as a learning space. In fact, if you look at an illustration of the School of Athens, something very different. You see people walk around in pairs, talk to each other, discuss, not by sitting in one of these auditoria. So very little interaction. So I don't think you would lose very much by putting it online. You would, however, gain something because you at least create the opportunity to think. Have you ever had in your class a student raise his hand or her hand and say, "Professor, could you please be quiet for 5 minutes? I need to think." I've never had that happen in my classes. But you cannot think while you're listening, as we established before. If you watch online, you could hit the pause button and think. Think, let me wonder. With a book, we do that naturally, right? We read. If we want to, you know, think something over, we pause. We say, let me wonder about this. So you would create at least the opportunity to pause and think, which you don't have in a live lecture. Have you ever had a student raise his hand and say, "Professor, could you please repeat the last 15 minutes? I need to hear it again." Maybe once, but not 15 minutes. But online, it's really easy, right? You scrub back and you play it again. So I think you'd actually gain by putting it online if education is just the transfer of information. But I'm happy to see that 95% of you agrees with me. That's not what education is. Education is more than just the transfer of information. So let me turn now to the 95% of you who clicked 2. What is it that is lacking shown on the screen here. What else is education? Engagement, interaction, of course. Passion, collaboration, hands-on. I would add to that brains-on, because it's not enough just to have your hands on. You've got to have your brains on too. But wait, what was it again about that exercise that we started out my talk with? Practice, right? As a learner, you need to do something with the information. It's not enough just to open your skull, put the information in, and close your skull again. But if you stop to think about it, so much of education is simply instructors regurgitating information to the students. Then you wait 1 month, and you isolate the students from any source of information and from each other, and you have them regurgitate the information back to you. Educated in Europe, and in Europe we pride ourselves in good secondary education, not post-secondary, secondary education. And, well, if I stop to think about it, most of it was just regurgitation one way and then regurgitation back. For example, history, right? In Holland, we learned a lot about Dutch history. And at some point, I learned how the Dutch Navy defeated the British Navy on the River Thames just outside London in 1660. I'm sorry, I forgot. I don't remember what year it was. Maybe somebody can Google it for me. But they defeated it right on British territory, right outside London. And on the exam, in what year did the Dutch defeat the British in the River Thames? Well, I've forgotten. I still turn out okay, even though I forgot it. But did I learn anything of value? Why were the Dutch able to defeat the British right there? Why were they fighting each other in the first place? I don't know, because that was never on the exam. Right? So I think a lot of education is simply delivering information and having the students regurgitate it back. And then we're surprised that they're not really learning anything of deep value. So I think the important point is that as a learner, you need to do something with information. You need to be able to extract from that information the knowledge that permits you to tackle new situation, to transfer your knowledge to a new context. If you ask me, the true hallmark of learning is being able to apply something you've learned into one context into a new context. Horror, right? Because if students see something they haven't seen before, they panic. They panic because they've never done it before. They've never been exposed to this feeling. About 1 or 2 years ago, I was giving a talk at a university south of Boston in Connecticut, well-known university, I won't name any names, and in the physics department. And after my talk, one of the instructors came to me and said that he'd had something really peculiar happen in his class that year. And he said, well, I wanted to make physics relevant to my students, and in order to make it relevant, he had put physics in the context of baseball. I mean, there's a lot of physics in baseball, right? Trajectories of balls, collisions between balls and bats, runners running. So in class, he'd use examples from baseball. On the homework, he'd put baseball problems. On the midterm examination, he'd put baseball problems. At the end of the semester, he was preparing the final exam, and he realized he had a lot of baseball problems. So he put some football problems on the exam. Professor complained to students, we've never done any football problems. You're laughing, but you know, we should really be crying about this, because if you're unable to transfer what you've learned in one context to a new context, we have to agree, you haven't really learned. And in part, it's because of this emphasis on information transfer and then memorization and regurgitation. Anyway, so what's the result of this? It took me many, many years to discover. I thought for many, many years that I was, you know, the world's best physics teacher, only to discover 1 year by giving them a conceptual survey that tested students' understanding of force. Force, the concept that we discussed in week 2 that most of my students, because they have a 5 on the AP for physics by the time they get to Harvard, should have already known before stepping into my classroom. It turned out that 60% of them had really no clue what the concept force really was. I wish I could show you the data, but I want to get to some other things. If you're interested in seeing the data, there's on YouTube a talk of mine called Confessions of a Converted Lecturer that has those data. And you'll be pleased to know, or amused maybe, not pleased, that some Harvard students score barely better than a gorilla would do by just pressing random keys at the computer after taking my class. So, alas, no data. You have to take my word for it now, but the data are available. In spite of my high evaluation, in spite of my students being able to do problems, they did not really learn. Why were they able to do textbook problems? At first, you know, when I saw that, I couldn't understand it. I said, why can they do these complicated textbook problems, but they're unable to answer these simple questions about force? I thought there must be something wrong with these simple questions. I mean, I went into denial mode, basically. But the real reason is they were solving the textbook problems by rote, by following a memorized procedure, not based on understanding. And that's why they were not able to transfer their knowledge, because in order to transfer the knowledge, you need to have a deeper understanding of the material. In addition to that, there's a tremendous lack of retention of the material and retention of students in STEM disciplines. So that's when I finally, after about 7 years, started asking myself, not what should I be teaching, but how should I be teaching? And I started to see teaching as a two-step process. One, transfer of information. I mean, without transfer of information, you're not going to get anywhere, right? So it's a necessary step in education, but not a sufficient one. In addition to that transfer of information, we need to, or the students need to assimilate that information. Piaget would probably have called it accommodate the information, but I'm using a simple term, assimilation here. Make sense of it, connect it to your existing experiences. Have these aha moments. Oh, now I get it. Not just I'll remember it. In the traditional approach to teaching, the first step happens in class. The second step happens out of class by the students on their own. I've often asked myself that question myself, where did it happen for me? Where did I gain the insights that made it possible for me to become a successful physicist? Where did I have the aha moments? Where did it happen for you? Did it happen for you while you were sitting in lectures listening to your instructors? Maybe on occasion one or two things, but I think most insights, aha moments, most internalizing of the information happened outside the classroom. Now, if you ask yourself, which of those two steps is the hardest one? I think we'd all agree it's the second step that is the hardest one. That's what we should really focus on in education. Unfortunately, we take care of the easy step in the classroom and we leave the hard step to the students on their own. So I thought I didn't call it flipping. That term was invented much later. I called it inverting this approach. And what we should do is do the transfer of information outside of the class so that we can help the students in class assimilate the information. Now, there's a lot of discussion about how to transfer information out of the classroom. To me, that is not the interesting part of education, and I will not talk about it. I mean, I don't want to trivialize it, right? How do you get students to read before class or to watch a lecture before class? But I would say 90-some% of the flipped classroom movement is focused on that step one. I want to focus on step two. What do we do in class if the students have had the transfer of information outside of the classroom? And the answer to that question, which was more or less an accidental discovery, is nothing new. It's really old, in fact. It's teach by questioning rather than by telling. Who said that first, by the way? Socrates, 2,000 years ago. And here we are in the 21st century, and we're still mostly teaching by telling. Now, it was a completely accidental discovery. You see, I gave that conceptual survey to my students in the middle of the semester about force. And actually, you know, something happened right then and there. I forgot to tell you that. But as soon as the students started working on the conceptual survey, I got the first warning sign. Because one student raised her hand, and she said, Professor Mazur, how should I answer these questions? According to what you taught us, or according to the way I usually think about these things? I had no idea how to answer that question. Anyway, when they saw the result, my students were just as horrified as I was. They couldn't understand why they'd done so poorly. So they asked me for a special session to discuss each and every question on the test. And I remember there was one question that I thought that dealt with Newton's third law, action is reaction, which I thought was pretty simple. So I gave a 2-minute explanation with some drawings on the board. And I turned around, and I could at once see from their faces that they were confused. So I said, does anybody have a question? They were so confused they could not articulate a question. You know how it is. So I thought, this is serious. I better do it again. So I erased the board. I started all over again. 8 minutes, I gave the most brilliant explanation you could possibly imagine. And by the end of those 8 minutes, the boards were covered with Newton's third law, second law. I mean, I worked it all out, accelerations, this, that, and the other. I mean, it was beautiful. After 8 minutes, I turned around, my coat jacket covered in chalk dust. I mean, triumphantly, only to see that they looked even more confused. And they were still not able to articulate a coherent question. I didn't know what to do. I tried now for 10 minutes to explain this thing that in my mind was completely trivial, unsuccessfully. I knew, however, that about half the students had given the right answer on the test. So in a moment of despair, I said, why don't you discuss it with each other? And something happened I had never seen in my classroom. All 250 students, because by that time I had 250 students in my classroom, started to talk to each other. They forgot about me in front of the classroom. And what happened was that in just 2 minutes, they figured it out. I thought, how can it be? I've tried for 10 minutes unsuccessfully. They talk to each other in 2 minutes, they figure it out. But imagine you have two students sitting next to each other, John and Mary. Mary has the right answer because she understands it. John does not. On average, Mary is more likely to convince John than the other way around, simply by the force of logic. But here's the key point. Mary is more likely to convince John than Professor Mazur in front of the class. Why? Because she has only recently learned it. She still knows what the difficulties are that the beginning learner has. Whereas Professor Mazur learned it such a long time ago. To him, it's so clear that he can no longer understand why somebody doesn't understand it. It's what Steven Pinker calls the curse of knowledge. It's kind of an ironic argument, right? Because you tend to think the more of an expert you become, the more qualified you are to teach a subject. I'm actually making the opposite argument by saying the more of an expert you are, the harder it becomes to teach a subject because you forget your own struggles. You forget your own difficulties. So I thought, wow, I should really put this into practice. So now I have my students read, and I prefer reading to watching, read before coming to class. And then in class, I have them answer questions. So I'll put a question up. I give them time to think in silence. Then I poll them using clickers or, I promised I would show you a low-tech method. The low-tech method would be simply by having students put their hands on their chest and the number of fingers shows the choice. So choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, choice 4, choice 5. You can't have more than 5 choices. Well, you'd have to use both hands then, but it becomes complicated. Right? The good thing is you can see the distribution qualitatively, but the students cannot because the students who are sitting in front of them have their hands on their chest. Right? And I tell students, if you do not put your hand on your chest, I will come to you with this microphone and put it in front of you, and you'll have to tell the entire class what your choice is. They very quickly put their hand on their chest then. So you do not need technology. And then I say, find a neighbor who has a different answer and try to convince that neighbor of your answer. Typically, I only do this with questions where there are more than 30% correct answers. If it's less than 30%, there are simply not enough students who can explain the right answer. And less than 70% correct, because if 70% have it correct, it doesn't make much sense to have them talk to each other. Most of them are already on board. So I try to aim the questions so that between 30 and 70% have it correct. Then I poll them again, usually with much improved answers. And finally, I explain the answer, or I have one of the students explain it. Of course, and then the cycle repeats until class is up. And the important learning, of course, takes place. The aha moments, the students going, oh, happens during that discussion. Let me show you a little video of, and it's kind of shortened because the whole process would typically take between 5 and 7 minutes per question, but I'm going to show you what it looks like in my classroom. Where's the video? That's weird. Let me close this file. So we have a rectangular loop that is placed in a uniform magnetic field in the direction indicated by these arrows. So the question is, what are the magnetic forces on the 4 different sides of this loop? So I read the question with them to make sure, don't worry about the question. Your answers. Then I give them a minute or 2 to think in complete silence. Please enter your answers. I can see on my screen the distribution, but I do not show them that distribution. They don't know what it is. So turn to your neighbor and see if you can convince one another of the correct choice.
Right. It goes out of the page and on the top it goes in, so they cancel each other out. There is a torque. There is a torque.
How do you know that?
What did you say? But how could it be a torque?
Did you see the aha moment there? Initially, we had sort of an even split. And now we have an absolutely overwhelming majority for choice number 2. The bottom of this loop is pulled towards I do show them this second distribution, right? And then, we wrap up with an explanation which either I give or I ask one of the students in the classroom to give that explanation. So what's going on here? One is, it's active, not passive. It is impossible to sleep through my classes because every few minutes your neighbor will start talking to you. I'm dying to get one of these wrist sensors. In fact, we're collaborating with MIT, and we're soon getting one because I want to see if it actually gives a different trace from a standard lecture classroom. The other thing is, the flow of information goes both ways now. It's not just from me to the students. There's information coming back. If they don't get it, I can see it then and there, right then on my screen. Yep. Yeah, I will stop soon. I could do the little demonstration before or after the break. Do you prefer after the break?
Whatever works best for you.
It's going to take about it's going to delay 10 minutes. Okay, I think it's better if we do the break a little bit later. Okay, good. So, and the third thing is it provides for the students an opportunity to continually assess their own knowledge. Continuous formative assessment. And, I've become recently aware that assessment is really important part of education. I have a new talk with the title Assessment, the killer of educational innovation, or the silent killer of learning. Because I really think students don't study to learn. No, they study to pass the test. Now, in an ideal, and we actually tell them to study for the test. In an ideal world, the two things are the same, but as we know, we don't live in an ideal world, and often students end up passing tests, but failing the test of real life, because the type of skills that get tested in our assessment are not those that eventually turn out to be important in their lives. So I think that we should really focus more on formative assessment and less on summative assessment. And this is a fantastic way of having continuous formative assessment. Because imagine you've thought about a question, discuss it with your neighbor, and then you've answered it again, but then the professor shows a distribution showing, you know, most of the class is right, you don't have it. There's this little red flag that is raised. You know where you stand without penalty, because I don't take that into account. Do you want to try it before the break? Yeah? Okay. Did you all read that handout about thermal expansion? No? I'm just kidding. But you know what that means. That means I will need to lecture you a little bit on thermal expansion. Actually, you know, I'm really happy because I miss lecturing in my own classes. Anyway, thermal expansion. Thermal expansion deals with the fact that solids, like metals and wood and rock, expand in volume as they get hotter and then contract again as they get colder. That's basically what thermal expansion is. And it's really important in engineering. If you've been in a train at low speed, you may have heard this clickety-clack sound as the wheels go from one section of the rail to the other. You may have wondered, why don't they just jam the sections together? Why do they leave little gaps there? The reason they leave little gaps is that when the weather gets hotter, the metal expands. If the gap were not there, there's no space for the rail to expand lengthwise, and it'll start buckling, which, as you can imagine, has disastrous effects. Same thing in steel beam buildings. You have to take into account the fact that most metals expand more than other materials, like sheetrock and wood and so on, and you have to take that into account in the construction. So it's an important fact in engineering. The reasons materials expand is that they're made from atoms. I'm showing 9 atoms here, and which are very closely packed. There's no empty space as shown here between them. But as materials get hotter, the atoms get further away from each other. So cold material, cold solid, and this is a hot. Cold and hot. That's all there is to it. That's all I'm going to test you on. Now, you may wonder, why are they getting further away from each other? I'm just going to satisfy your curiosity, I'm going to tell you that, but you won't be tested on it. The reason is that atoms don't sit still, they vibrate. And the amplitude of that vibration is what we call temperature. So this is a cold atom, this is a hot atom. Cold, hot. Right? So as they vibrate with a larger amplitude, they need more space. And therefore they push each other away. Cold and hot. And not just those 9, really, you know, all of them, the millions and billions of atoms that make up a solid. Questions, anyone? I knew I gave clear lectures. Now look, I'm not going to blank out this screen and then ask you the question, when atoms heat up, when solids heat up, they expand because atoms have larger, or get further away from each other as it gets hotter, A, or B, they get closer together, or C, they stay the same distance. That would simply be me giving information to you and you giving that same information back to me. I'm going to take this idea of atoms getting further away from each other and putting that in a different context. Cold and hot. No questions? None? Cold and hot. Where? Yes. How does that affect the opening in the middle of the metal? It's exactly what we're going to think about. Very good. You're anticipating the question. So before we get there, is there another question? Huh? Okay. So let's go to the question then, since you asked it. Consider a rectangular metal plate, and the question should be on your screen on Learning Catalytics. We now have 300 people connected, so that's good enough. What? Some of you have already answered the question. I haven't even said what the question was. When the plate is uniformly heated, the diameter of the hole, 1, increases, 2, is somebody talking there? I need individual answers, so no talking to each other. If you talk to your neighbor, I'll come to you with this microphone, and you have to tell everybody what you were discussing. So take a minute to think about it. What happens? If you've answered it, then ask yourself, how am I going to explain to the person next to me that my answer is correct using this model of the atoms getting further away from each other? You get a chance to talk to your neighbor in just a second. No talking to each other. God, look at that. They're already arguing there. You'll get a chance to talk to your neighbor in just a second. I bet that the person next to you is a physicist. That's why you're talking. Yes, see? Okay. No talking now. Shh. Give everybody a chance to think. I'm going to give you 30 more seconds to answer this question. I see many people are sending me messages on Learning Catalytics. I have no time to read them at this point. Okay, 15 more seconds. At this point, if you don't know, just, make a choice and enter it. If you're not on Learning Catalytics, if you're not on Learning Catalytics and you're eager to answer, you can use your clicker. There. Now, you can use your clicker too. Okay, so now you have to find a neighbor who has a different answer. So if you check with your neighbor left and right, and they both have the same answer, don't assume you're right. Find somebody who has a different answer. Go ahead.
Okay.
We have a nice break.
Right, it would be a 15-minute break.
Yeah.
If you could
Yeah.
ask the people to come back.
Yeah.
properly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You all got engaged. That helps. Look at that. You all got engaged. And I can still see many people go like this. Imagine I'd just given my little, look at it, they can't stop talking there. The answer to this question doesn't matter. Don't worry. I mean, I'm not here. I bet you that by now many of you have forgotten that I'm not here to teach you about thermal expansion. I'm here to talk about pedagogy and education. Imagine I'd given my little lecture on thermal expansion, and I would have then said, let's now apply this to rectangular plates with circular holes in it. If we take one of these plates and put it in the oven, and we increase the temperature, the plate will expand, and the diameter of the hole will, I'm going to keep you in suspense a little bit longer here. I mean, you would have not been this interested. I mean, what is more boring than rectangular plates with circular holes in it? Even to a physicist, you know, this is not really an exciting thing. It's just amazing how you can reawaken. They're still talking about the hole there. You're dying to know the answer. You have to know the answer. But isn't it amazing how you can reawaken the curiosity of the human mind? And trust me, your students are no different. Anybody who has dealt with small children, most of us here, knows that they're born scientists, that they're born curious, constantly wondering about the world around us, constantly wondering about the why and the wanting to understand. Somehow in education, we do a great job turning that curiosity off. I think I've shown to you how easy it is to turn it back on. Right? Anyway, before I'm going to tell you the answer, I want to analyze briefly what's happened. What happened here? One is you thought about the question, and then you made a commitment. I made you make a commitment by pressing a button or something in learning catalytics. Then I asked you to externalize your answer by turning to a neighbor. And something really interesting happened there. Because all of a sudden, it was no longer just about the answer. It was about the reasoning. The whole does because blah, 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 blah. It's no longer the outcome. It's the process, which is so important. The reasoning. But most importantly, you became emotionally invested in the learning process. If I were to just walk out here and say, sorry, you know, it's time to go, you'd come running after me asking what the answer is. And let's face it, this is not really truly exciting. So I want you to answer it again, what you currently believe to be the right answer. So please answer a second time before we can wrap this up and have a short break. Okay, well, so you can do it either on the clicker or you can do it with Learning Catalytics. Okay, did everybody answer here? Most people did. I'm going to give you 15 more seconds. 10, 5. Okay, time's up. Okay, so the right answer, look at that. Look at the attention. I mean, it's just amazing. I'm not here to talk about thermal expansion. I'm here to talk about pedagogy. Absolutely amazing. So the right answer, can somebody give a drum roll, is number 1. Now I have some, hello? I have some really bad news for you. Only about a third of you, less than a third of you, 27% got the right answer the first time. So in a sense, hello, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Ma'am, it's okay. Nothing depends on whether you got it right or wrong. I mean, only 27% of you got this right the first time. So in a sense, you have made, and I'm still talking about, in a sense, you've made a really important point. Because you've told me, Eric, your lecturing sucks. You all thought you knew it. I thought you knew it because you didn't ask me questions. But you really didn't have a time to think about it and put it in a different context. And in that sense, it's kind of unfair, right? I said something, immediately asked about. But really, you should have done your reading yesterday. Anyway, let me show you the distributions on your screen. What happened was that if there's less than 30% correct, the increase is not that big. But still, there's a little bit of an improvement. We went to 32% correct. Let's see what happened here. Well, here's 27. And let's compare it to the before. It actually went down a little bit. So oops. Yeah. I don't want you to, we need to have a break here. I don't want you to lie in bed tonight thinking, bigger, smaller. So let's wrap this up. And I heard a few people say that. Imagine you have a jar of jam in the refrigerator, glass jar, metal lid. You take it out, it's cold, you can't take the lid off. What do? Heat it up. The lid, the opening of the lid gets bigger. You say, that's unfair. It's not a plate with a hole in it. Okay. Well, imagine we have a plate without a hole in it. No hole. We take a marker and we draw a circle on that plate without the hole in it. Now we put the plate with the drawn circle in the oven. And the plate expands. What happens to the diameter of that circle that we've drawn? You say, that's unfair. There's no hole. If there was a hole, then the atoms would expand into the hole. Well, let's imagine for a moment that we are the atoms at the edge of the hole, and we form a big circle holding hands, right? So this is the plate, and here are the atoms at the edge of the hole. We're holding hands. Now we all step in towards the center of the hole. What just happened to the distance between us? We get closer together. We can't get closer together because we're shaking more. The only way to make the distance bigger is to remove a few of us, but atoms don't disappear like that, or to make the hole larger. You won't forget this. 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11:05 and try to get onto learning catalytics.
If you would please put your chairs in as you exit so that there's plenty of space for people to get through. And people in the back, there are about 8 chairs right up here in the front if you'd like to fill in. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Not a problem. We want you to leave the clickers, right. Okay. Here's more of Dr. Mazur.
Okay. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. So we won't need the clickers anymore. We will use learning catalytic. So just pile them in the center of each table, and then we can pick them up and pack them and ship them back. They won't control your microwave or television or anything else, so they're not very useful outside of this room. Okay, so back to peer instruction. I wish I could show you the data, but the first year that I implemented peer instruction, And you know, we just did a little demonstration with one question, and one question is never enough to deepen the understanding of a concept, right? I mean, you notice still there were a lot of people who had misconceptions about thermal expansion, so you'd have to get at it with a number of questions, and one question in isolation is never really a complete learning experience. In fact, it's not even a small part of it. But the first year that I did this consistently throughout the term, I doubled the conceptual learning gains as measured by that instrument that I mentioned earlier. And in future years, I managed to triple it by improving the quality of the questions I asked in the classroom. Unfortunately, I can't show you the data, but if you want to see those data, including how it increased exam performance. So not only did their conceptual understanding improve, their performance on traditional problems also improved, even though I did none of it in class. Because I basically decided, look, if you want to learn the piano, to play the piano, you don't just go to a concert hall listening to famous pianists play. You got to do the playing. If you want to train for a marathon, you don't just sit in front of the TV eating popcorn, watching DVDs of marathons. You got to do the running. And to learn physics problem solving, you don't watch a Harvard professor solve physics problems. You got to solve the problem. So yes, I had homework problems, but I didn't just do example problem solving in class, because all that really happens then is that students copy the solutions in their notebooks, and the information, the place where the information really needs to get, the brains, it doesn't really get to. But in spite of that, the performance on exams actually went up. And in that Confessions of a Converted Lecturer talk that I mentioned before, you can actually see the data that shows these learning gains. And recently, we also studied retention and found that there's a significant increase in retention. That paper is on my website. I'll provide the URL later. Also, if you're interested, we set up about a year ago a social network of p-instruction users called pinstruction.net, which allows you to quickly find other people. So you could type in, for example, Fresno, and find out who is a registered user in Fresno. You could type in mathematics and see if there are other people either at the high school level or at the college level who are using p-instruction in mathematics, and then connect to that person and hopefully share material so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch. So that's a URL you might want to write down, pinstruction.net. Okay, so in the next 40 minutes, because I want to leave a little bit of time for one or two questions, I want to talk about the feedback. And this is where my talk turns a little bit to technology, either the clicker or, you know, when I basically started, I didn't have clickers. It didn't exist. The clicker basically evolved after my book got published, and more people started to use peer instruction in the classroom. Until then, I basically used a show of hands, not really raising hands, but as I said before, putting hands on the chest, or I issued a set of flashcards to my students with big A, B, C printed on it, and students could just raise the card, and I could see the distribution of cards in my classroom. In '93, I started to experiment with the first technology, and we basically got an NSF grant to develop a classroom network of wired HP calculators. It was very nice, but not very practical, because it was extremely expensive and hard to maintain, and not extremely user-friendly. And then in '98, an alum of the School of Engineering at Harvard developed the first clicker, which was an infrared clicker. The ones that you have here use radio frequency. And then it all of a sudden took off. Fast forward 10 years now, you know, there's a zoo of different clickers. You see a couple of the different types on the screen. And something interesting happened, because all of a sudden it all became about the technology. People would come to me and say, oh, I adopted your clicker technology. And I'd get mad, because to me it was not the technology that mattered, it was the pedagogy that mattered. On top of that, I'd failed to commercialize it. Somebody else had. But most importantly, some people were adopting the clicker, but they were really adopting it completely incorrectly. They were lecturing as they were before, then they would ask a question. Which of the following is not a living being? A giraffe, a rock, a flower. Students press 2, and then the instructor would say, good, and continue to lecture. No more discussion, peer interaction, nothing, right? Just as a sort of a wake-up call. Or, in fact, I make a habit of scanning the Twitter feed for the word clicker and class. It's hilarious because it gives you an insight into how students perceive the clickers. And by doing that, you find that probably 80% of people who use clickers simply use it as an attendance or wake-up tool, nothing else. They actually give credit for students for clicking, which I think is the wrong thing to do, because then students come to class not to learn. No, they come to class to get that point to, you know, satisfy the teacher. You don't want the student's body in the class, you really want the student's mind in the class. And I've shown you how one can reawaken the curiosity of the human mind. And when I gave my workshops about peer instruction, I found that the type of questions that people typically have are, how do I design good questions? How do I optimize the questions? How do I manage time in a classroom like this? None of the clicker systems really provides an answer. So that's when a couple of years ago I teamed up with a couple of colleagues and one of my postdocs to develop learning analytics, which I'm now, just like anybody else, a customer, because we sold the company to Pearson, and I'm no longer part of it. But basically the idea was to use intelligent algorithms and data analytics to, 1, improve the questioning, 2, manage discussions, and 3, facilitate the time management and the flow. And I will show a few of those things before we turn to a discussion. So let's start with questions. Clickers essentially limit you, and the same thing with flashcards or show of hands, limit you to multiple choice questions. Most multiple choice questions are not very useful because they don't really address misconceptions that students have. If you write a multiple choice question, it might be easy to come up with a question and the right answer, but what are good detractors to put down? And here again, as the instructor, we suffer from the curse of knowledge. It's easy for us to come up with the right answer, but unless we've studied student misconceptions, we don't know what a beginning learner would answer. The only way to really design a good multiple choice question is to ask an open-ended question, collect students' responses, tabulate them, and then construct a multiple choice question from the answers that students have given. But that's a lot of work. Most of us don't have, I don't know about you, but I certainly don't have time to do that. So we decided to design a plug-in architecture for different question types that are not multiple choice. And I will demonstrate a few to you. Some have to do with direction, so vectors. Others deal with mathematical expressions. It can be a sketch. It could be highlighting a passage in text. Lots of things that do not involve multiple choices. Yes, you can use learning analytics with multiple choice questions too, but that's not the interesting part. So on your screen, I'm going to put a question that shows this picture, the picture of Oahu. You can see Waikiki here, and Pearl Harbor, and Diamond Head. It's not very sharp because this picture was taken from the space shuttle, 300 kilometers up, 200 miles up. But it shows a number of clues as to what the prevailing conditions are in the Pacific. You can see the mountains, and you can see where clouds form in the mountains. You can also see the vegetation. I want you to use your device to indicate in which direction you think the prevailing winds in the Pacific are. So you basically just drag your finger, if you have a touch device, to draw an arrow. And after you've drawn the arrow, hit the submit button. If you don't have a a touchscreen device, you will have to use your trackpad to draw the arrow. And if you don't have a device, sorry, this is not something you can do with a clicker. Just look over the shoulder of one of your neighbors. And if you're curious to see what I see on my control panel here, you can raise your hand after you've answered, and I'll show you what I have on my screen.
Oh my God. Wow. Okay, that's cool.
Demonstration mode, right? We're not, in peer instruction, I would ask you to draw the arrow and talk to your neighbor and then draw it again. We're not going to do that because I'm not here to teach you about geology or whatever it is. Let me show on the screen of the devices what, it should be on your screen now, it should load, but in case it isn't, for those of you who don't have a device, you'd basically draw an arrow. You draw an arrow. I see on my device a diagram that shows all of the different answers. I've actually sent that figure now to you as well. So let me show you how I use this in my classroom. And don't worry about what is right and what is wrong. We're not... Here's a question from my class, which started out as a multiple choice question that was not very effective. This is a ray of light that comes in and hits a mirror. Let me actually use the mouse so that it's on the other screen too. So here's the ray of light, and it hits a mirror that's connected to another mirror at a right angle. So it'll bounce off this first mirror, hit the second mirror, and then come back. And the question is, in what direction does it go back? Using the law of reflection and the fact that the two mirrors that are at right angle, you can prove very easily that the ray that bounces back from the second mirror comes back parallel to the incident one. Right, so when I had a multiple choice question, I had one of my choices being it comes back parallel to the direction, to the incident ray, regardless of the rotation of that mirror. But then I had to come up with some wrong choices, and I just put some random choices. I had no idea what students would answer. Here, we just let the students answer. This comes on their device. They draw an arrow, and then I can see the distribution of arrows. And as you can see, they cluster. A large fraction of the students, 40% or so, think that the beam is going to come below the horizontal for some reason. I don't know. My mind doesn't work, and I didn't probe their reasoning, so I don't know. Then I have them talk to each other, and then all of a sudden, you cannot read it, but far less get it wrong. It's less than 27% now will get it wrong. So they convince each other that it has to come back parallel to the incident direction. Right? So I can use this in my teaching to create questions where I don't have to do research in order to construct a question that works well. Okay, let me do a very different type of question. I'm going to show you on your device a painting by the Renaissance artist Sassetta. It shows a number of saints, and I want you to identify who St. John the Baptist is. So just, and it's okay, you can talk to your neighbor if you want. Let's see if I can actually show it on here too. My network is not working very well here. Devices. It doesn't matter. Okay. So unfortunately, I cannot show you, but you see it on your own screen. and it never fails. There's always some people who choose the Virgin Mary or the baby Jesus. No, that's not correct. You're just joking, are you? Not? Okay. Let me stop delivery. I think I have most of the answers in. And please share, oops. Is it showing with green dots or only with red dots or blue dots? Blue dots. Oh, I wanted to show the correct response. There. It should now show with red and green dots, right? Okay, good. So you see that about 53% chose the right saint, St. John the Baptist. You could use this in mathematics, to ask students to identify points on curves. I've seen biology teachers use this with, God, you got so engaged now. Hello? You could use this in biology to identify parts of body or a neural network with different neurons or signaling pathways in cells. Many different ways of using this type of modality. Okay, I'm going to hide the result. Oops. What happened here? There we go. So let me try another type. Let's see how much time I have. I have another half hour. Okay. I'm going to try a very different type of question type. Let's now go to mathematics, okay? I know it's Thursday morning, but I won't make you work too hard. Mathematics is kind of hard to process, right? Because let's say that you have a question to which the correct answer is A plus B. Then B plus A is also correct because it's equivalent to A plus B. So a student who answers B plus A should not get points deducted for entering it in the opposite sequence. Or a student who would write 2A plus B minus A also has the correct answer. It might not be the most logical way of entering the answer, but mathematically it is correct. Or A plus B plus C minus C is also correct. So in order to interpret answers given to mathematical questions, you need to have an engine that can interpret mathematical expressions. So learning analytics has that built in. So I want to show you a very simple expression, 2x minus y equals 4, and ask you to solve for x. And it's okay if you talk to your neighbor, that's fine. We won't use P instruction. I don't want to stress you out. But if you're good at mathematics, you may want to try to enter this answer in not the most logical way, right? So you may want to add something, subtract to it, multiply, divide, add factors to it. Use your imagination and try to test the system by entering a mathematically correct expression that would not be the most logical one. So go ahead and feel free to work with your neighbor. I have, I think, at least 30 different correct ways. Let me stop delivery and display the results. So you'll see at the top, in green, the correct responses, and if you scroll towards the bottom, you see incorrect responses. Let's see, here's somebody who wrote 0.75y minus 8 plus 2.8 minus 0.25y. It's correct. I mean, it would not be the most logical way of entering it, but it's correct. The majority correct answer is 4 plus y in parentheses divided by 2. So as you look through that list on your screen, you can see how the system recognizes correct answers. And this is just with a very simple mathematical expression, you can do it with much more complicated. Now, it works not only with mathematical expressions, it also works with units. So you could ask, for example, students to calculate the magnitude of a force. And let's say the magnitude of the force is 5 Newton. If they answer 5, the answer is wrong. If the answer is 5 Newton, whether it's 5 space Newton or 5 space N or 5N or 5 kilogram meter per second squared, because it knows the conversions of units as well. So that means you can use it in all kinds of quantitative science where you need to take into account the units. The good thing is you can use it not only for formative assessment in the classroom. How many of you are familiar with team-based learning? A few only. An if-at assessment, instant feedback assessment technique. It's an assessment technique where you basically do collaborative assessment. There's both an individual component and a team component. We implemented this on learning catalytics. So you can use learning catalytics as an assessment platform that has first an individual round and then a team round, which turns the assessment into a learning opportunity. If you're interested in learning more about that, let's talk about it. I'm here until mid-afternoon, so I'll be happy to say more about that later. Let's go to one or two more examples here. Let's see. Yeah, we could do a little experiment here because statistics is built in too. I want you to take out a coin and to flip it 6 times and then count how many heads you get and enter it. So enter the final count. You don't need to enter intermediate counts, only the final count. I want a number, and somebody answered 7. How can you get 7 heads if you toss a coin 6 times? So whoever answered 7, please change that. Somebody who answered 17. Please change that 17. Messes up my distribution. Okay. So let me tell you what I see here. And I'm going to wait before I send it to your devices. Can I have your attention? So there's one person who entered 17 and messed up the whole distribution. You know who you are. So if you entered 17, please change it. But we get, basically what it does is, I'm waiting to send the distribution in hopes that this person who entered 17 is changing it. You can basically click a button that says change my response. So if you have answered 17, please change it. I can find out who it is. Okay. I will show the distribution, which right now has this one outlier, unfortunately. But you can see that the standard deviation, the mean is very close to 3.23, with a standard deviation of 1.6, pretty close to the theoretical values you would expect, in spite of that 117 that's there. I'm still hoping that person will change. his or her answer. But what you get is you get, even with a relatively small number of coin tosses, a pretty nice Gaussian distribution and statistics that are pretty close to what you would expect. I should have really imposed a range on this question, which I failed to do, so that the 17 would be rejected. But it should be on your screen, right? Is it? Okay. Well, I guess we won't get that person who answered 17 to change his or her mind. Answer, yeah, we'll get a nice Gaussian distribution. Anyway, I use it in class to actually do data taking. We do, for example, video analysis or sound analysis using software on students' computer. They take data and then enter the value. And then we show that when everybody in the class does that, we can get a much more accurate number than any one individual measurement would be. So it's a great introduction to statistics. Okay, let me try one or two more types, and then I want to wrap up here. I need to first stop this question, because otherwise it stays on the screen. Stop delivery. And the next one will be a sketch. Imagine that we want some graphical input. So the next question has a story attached to it. Sarah rides her bike to a friend's house, which is half a mile from her home. A straight road along which she rides at constant speed leads from her home to her friend. The trip takes 5 minutes. She stays at her friend's house for 5 minutes, then walks back home at half the speed she had on her bike. Sketch the displacement from her home as a function of time on the graph below. So you'll have to use your finger on a touchpad or your trackpad to draw, and you can do it in multiple segments. You don't have to do it in one. And if you make a mistake, you can basically clear the graph and start over. Once you have a satisfactory graph, hit submit. Oh, look at that. Somebody drew a heart. No, that's correct. And feel free to work with your neighbors in getting the right graph. Okay, let me get your attention here. So, before I close entry and display the results, let me show you a few examples. This is a different question. It shows a graph of the function log of x, right here. And we can ask students to draw the derivative of the log of x. One is to do that symbolically and to remember that the derivative of log of x is 1 over x. But the other way is to just think about the derivative and draw it. And you can have students draw functions, and you can display them all separately, one next to the other. In smaller classes, that would work well. This question, what happens is that it overlays all of the different graphs on top of each other, so you can see which ones are correct and which one deviates. Let me show the results on your screen so you can see what happened to this last one. But I think we're pushing the limit of the bandwidth of the network here with 500 students, 500 people. Okay. Is it on your screen or not?
Oh, there it is.
Okay, good. Yes. So you can see this is so many it's barely useful. But you can see that the large majority of people got the right answer. Steep up, horizontal, and then less steep down. Some people don't go high enough. They go to a quarter of a mile rather than half a mile. And the heart is gone. Okay, let me show you a few more quick things, and then I want to leave about 10 minutes for discussion. Because I've just shown you different input modalities. We have not used it in peer instruction mode at all. But the other great thing is that there's data analytics on the back end. Because we get so many data from different classrooms, we can actually analyze those data. So suppose you ask a question to your students in your classroom. We have, since there's a database of thousands of questions built into the system, and since any question you enter can be shared with other instructors, we can compare how your students do to students elsewhere. And we can predict which questions might be good for your class, because we can find a similar set of students elsewhere on the earth who have answered similarly to your students and who might have done more questions. So the data analytics back end to it adds a lot of strengths to the system that unfortunately I won't be able to demonstrate quickly. But I just want to show you one thing which I think is really interesting, because ultimately this is all about human interaction. And you know, initially when I started with learning analytics, I did multiple choice questions mostly. And you can see here a pre and post distribution on electrostatics that I actually use in my classroom. But given the fact that students log in, we know their identity. So I can not only display the data as a bar graph, I can also display it as a map. Now, you didn't enter your seat number, so I can't do it here. I would have had to build a quick map, and I didn't have time to do that this morning. But this is the distribution of answers before they talk to each other. And in the actual software, I can hover my mouse over a seat and see a picture of the student and the name. So I get additional detail. And then I can see what it is after discussion. And one of the things we found is that what you often have is that wrong answers tend to cluster, right? So that gave us the idea to let the system manage sharing. Chances are that you are right now sitting next to people you already knew before. We're very social beings, and we tend to cluster together. So chances are you're sitting next to people from your own institution, maybe even from your own department, even though you would probably benefit the most from sitting next to people you don't know and don't normally see. Students are like that too. They tend to sit next to their friends, and many groups form that are not the most well-working groups. In fact, some are downright dysfunctional. And you know, because they never touch base with people outside of the students they know, then they never really learn. So that gave us the idea to let the system manage the pairing, right? Let's have the system figure out who the student might best talk to. And if it connects Eric to Mary, and Eric talks Mary into the wrong answer, the next time the system will try to avoid pairing Eric and Mary. We'll pair Mary with somebody else and Eric with another person too. So it learns as it goes on from the interaction between the different people. So if we had done that here, what you would have seen is, after answering, it would say, please discuss your response with, and then it would give a name of a person you might not even know, and where the person is seated relative to you, to your left, or to your right, or behind you, or in front of you. So unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate that here. You'll just have to believe me or try it out in your own. There's a question here. So, will it give a report? Yeah, thank you, I've seen it. Why don't I handle your question later, one-on-one? People are too engaged here. I've done too good a job getting everybody engaged. And really, actually, let me show you some preliminary data that we did that way. Here are the percentage of students changing their answer in a discussion. This is when the students pair themselves. They decide who they talk to. These are initially correct, so those are the students you do not want to change, right? Oh, no, sorry, initially incorrect. Those you do want to change their answer. These are initially correct, you don't want them to change. So what you want is you want this bar to be as high as possible and that bar to be as low as possible. When we started pairing, we had to decide on an algorithm to pair the students. And we found that by fiddling with that algorithm, we could actually increase the differential between these bars tremendously, improving the efficiency of the discussions in the classroom by intelligently pairing the students. And you know, there are many high school teachers who are using learning catalytics in their classroom right now. And there, of course, you're not constrained. If you have, let's say, 20 or 25 students in your classroom, you can make students talk to anyone else, right? They tend to know each other by name anyway, so you can say, just go and talk to Laura, such and such. So it doesn't have to be somebody who is geographically close. Okay, so education is not just about transferring information. That was really the most important message I wanted to get across to you. And it's not just about having students, getting students to do what we do, be able to solve the type of problems that we can solve. I would like my students to stand on my shoulders to solve the problems I cannot yet solve. I don't want to be the one who sets the limit of what can be accomplished in the classroom. And I think in order to accomplish that, discovery and exploration and interactivity are an absolute must. That was the essential message of my talk. Now, as for the technology, I hope I've convinced you that this platform helps you implement a proven research pedagogy a little bit better than a show of hand would do. It goes beyond what you could do by just a show of hand, but you already reach or accomplish significant learning gains by just having a show of hands. The great thing is you can use consumer devices, so in any environment where you have a one-on-one program, and I know in California many school districts have a one-on-one program, or any other environment where students can bring their own devices, and I'm sure that in the very near future that will be just about everywhere. You can just use the consumer devices rather than providing devices to the students. It avoids the pitfalls of multiple choice assessment, and it creates a smart classroom anywhere, right? I mean, this is not a smart classroom. It's a I don't know, conference center, ballroom, whatever it is, right? And in fact, we don't even need the screen anymore. I've pushed right now this slide to your devices. It should show up on your screen. I can not only push questions, I can also push slides and material to your screen. So you could go outside and use a cellular network, sit in a circle, and you don't need a screen anymore. You can use the screens on the devices. If you're interested in a copy of this presentation, I haven't yet uploaded my slides, but I will have them very shortly. That's the URL. In fact, you don't need to write that down. Just remember my last name, M-A-Z-U-R. Go to Google, and then hit this I'm Feeling Lucky button, and then you'll have a copy of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Do any of you have any burning questions you'd like to ask Dr. Mazur at this point?
Yeah, I need to understand. So the question, if I understood it correctly, because it was very noisy, whether the system tracks how a student does in convincing other students. Of course, we have all this data. Right now, there is no easy reporting mechanism. It will track the students, and it has a dashboard where it shows exactly how many questions a student got right before discussion and after discussion, but it will not give a list of all of the different interactions, if that's what you were asking.
No, I'm looking at the seating chart that you have.
Yes.
And if the seating chart over time, it would be nice to have a button that you click where over time that seating chart goes very green for students that get it very accurately, very often, and stays. Okay, great. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so I was looking for a seating chart, kind of like what you had on the screen, but one where over time it's going to show, say after 5 to 10 questions, that those students that are getting it right are going to remain green, and then say a spectrum of color all the way to red for the students that are continuing to not get it. So you can kind of track where students are at and where they're at over time, because anyone can get a question right once, but you want to be able to eliminate flukes.
So, of course, that assumes that the student is always sitting in the same spot. And in a college classroom, that's definitely not the case. They move. Some, they always sit in the same spot, but many of them move around. So the answer is we couldn't do that with a map showing a geographical distribution. However, there is a reporting screen right now. I wish I had my internet connection on my laptop, because then I could project it, that shows how individual students have done on multiple questions, and shows how many they get right on the first try and how many they get right on the second try. So that we have, except that it's not shown geographically. Any question about the pedagogy? There's a question there. Maybe you can pass the microphone.
Going to be that case where it will be under the 30%? I mean, I'm just kind of guessing. What is that? Because the teacher didn't ask the good question, because we didn't have the right information inputted before. What did you do when that happened?
Okay, very good question. So here's the full decision tree in a second, and I'm sorry that the font is small. So I start with a brief presentation. I ask a question. I poll them. If more than 70% have it correct, it doesn't make much sense to have them talk to each other, because you're not going to gain very much, right? And I'll show you where that number comes from. So then I just ask a student to provide an explanation, or I provide the explanation, and I repeat from the start. In a sense, the question was too easy. I don't know why you said you would expect the question to be less than 30%. You'll find that there are just as many that are too hard. Right? If it's between 30 and 70%, I find that usually ideal, and then I have them talk to each other, and I poll them again, I explain, repeat from the start. If less than 30% of it correct, there's simply not enough students to provide an improvement, as we had today with that question. And, trust me, I've done it with many different audiences. It's always the same thing. I picked the question specifically for that purpose. Then the question was too hard. I revisit the concept, and I try over it. This is based on data, and I think I have them at the end of this other presentation here. No, I don't. Let's see if I can find it. But I collected data over many different years. I think I have them here in this one. I'm not going to give you a 3-hour workshop. No worries. Here. Yes, there are the data. Okay. So here, I'm plotting on the horizontal the correct percentage of answers before discussion, on the vertical after discussion. And any data point that lies on this vertical line, on this diagonal line, has no improvement whatsoever, right? So for example, 50% initially, 50% afterwards. Here's one question. I don't know what the question was anymore, but it doesn't matter. But it was a really effective question, right? That's 61% correct before discussion and 95% afterwards, with a 34% gain. Here are the data for a full semester. And as you can see, the gain is largest in the middle. Notice, first of all, that almost all of the data points lie above that diagonal line. It's very rare to see a decrease in the percentage of correct answers. And here, the improvement is not that great, because enough students will get it right the first time, and here, there's just not enough room for improvement. That's where that 30 and 70% are based on. Now, a corollary, and I don't want to end without saying that, and this will probably be my last remark because we need to end, is I'm sure there are a lot of you who teach a subject where the concept of correct or incorrect for a question is irrelevant, right? I mean, imagine you're teaching ethics or history or whatever. Or art history, there are no right or wrong answers. You can still use this method, right? For example, I teach a class, well, let's say you have an art history class. You show a painting from Botticelli in the Renaissance, Birth of Venus, let's say. He's long dead. We can't drag him out of his grave and ask what he meant to represent by the little symbol in the left corner of the painting. If you look in the literature, there are lots of different interpretations of it. One way would be to show the painting and said, this is what expert A says, and that's what expert B says. Another is to make the students part of the interpretation, show the painting and asking them to provide an interpretation. Then argue to each other about their interpretation. So they become part of the process of interpreting the painting rather than just memorizing interpretations given by experts. And that's what we ultimately want our students to do, to think on their own, not just memorize and regurgitate. So I would argue in any discipline where you have any type of critical thinking, which is everything we teach, right? Where there is either the interpretation of a mental model like you have in physics, or an interpretation of a painting or a piece of text, you can use this method to great advantage. And in fact, there are plenty of teachers in art history, in the humanities, in English, who are French, you name it, who are using this method. I wish I had more time. I'm around. I'll be happy to interact. You have my contact information because it's all over the web. I'll be happy to continue to interact with you. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm and interest.
Isn't he amazing? My goodness. Even I could learn physics, I think, in his class. A few announcements. If you have not already, place your clickers on the table. Do not take them with you. Look at your program, this page that has sessions and locations. Doesn't happen individually, and so at this point I would like to thank all of those that have been involved. First, I would like to begin with our conference committee, and I would like them each to stand. Lori Morton, State Center Consortium. Camilla Sutherland, Fresno County Office of Ed. Dr. Michelle Cantwell-Kofer, Fresno County Office of Ed. Dr. Ginny Boris Savelli at Fresno State. We have one in absentia, Dr. Gary Grammons from Fresno Pacific University. Yay, Gary. And we could not do this without all of our support teams. So I know that everyone from Jake and his team that are running the AV, we so appreciate it. Angela Bolin and her team did all of the name tags, all the sign-ins. We have got scholarships through State Center Consortium and Fresno County Office of Ed. And certainly, and Margot Miner, I'm not sure if she's in this room, but she's our administrative assistant who handled every single one of your registrations and payments. So thank you, Margot. Finally, I know that Kurt Madden had to leave, but I would be remiss if I did not announce that Kurt Madden and his technology team from Fresno Unified graciously donated a lot of time and equipment to attempt to help us make the Wi-Fi system work. We've done our best. So when you see Kurt Madden, technology team from Fresno Unified, I hope you thank them along with me. So let's give them a round of applause. Terrific. Last but not least, we had a whole cadre of volunteers that helped in directing people and so on. So thank you to all the volunteers as well. All right. Yay. Yay. You know what that's all about. So to remind you, if you can still log on if you need to access the internet. The materials for Dr. Hardeman's presentation are posted on the Savelli website. And later in the day, we'll be asking you to electronically complete the evaluation, which you can find in the program, the link and or the QR code. Also, just to remind you to check out in the program upcoming events that are sponsored by a number of organizations in the area. It's my pleasure at this point to introduce our new County Superintendent of Schools for Fresno County, Jim Jovino.
Thank you, Marcy. And thank you, Marcy. You know, I haven't seen this many people in this room since 1973, and it was my senior prom. And I'm serious. I've been in a lot of conferences, workshops, and I have never seen it this full. So this says a lot about what our partners have done in the Valley here. And I say our partners, I mean Savelli, Fresno Pacific University, State Center Consortium, and the California Partnership for the San Joaquin Valley. This is a very unique partnership that brings our colleges back into our schools and partners so that we can teach and receive exemplary training. And so I commend you for all the work that you've done. Congratulations. You know, it is an honor for me to get to introduce our afternoon keynote speaker. I had a few minutes just to sit and talk to her, and the first thing I said after reading a lot of the material was, where were you 30 years ago? These were things that we were doing in schools 30, 40 years ago, but I don't think we really defined what it was. And you are in for a special treat this afternoon. So let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Hardeman. She joined Johns Hopkins School of Education in 2006. Dr. Hardeman collaborated with Baltimore City Public Schools to design and direct a leadership academy to develop and enhance the skills of school leaders in the district. I apologize. Don't say anything, Mark Johnson. She also co-founded and directed the Neuro Educational Initiative, NEI, a cross-disciplinary program that brings together educators' relevant research from the brain sciences to inform teaching and learning. Activities include regional conferences, national summits, and a professional development series, and a graduate certificate in mind, brain, and teaching. Her research and publications focus on enhancing educational practices through techniques that foster innovation, creative problem solving for all students. Current research includes studying the effects of arts integration on long-term retention of content and student engagement. Dr. Hardeman earned her doctorate in educational leadership at Johns Hopkins University with a focus on leadership for school improvement in urban settings and special education. She earned her master's degree in education from Loyola University, Maryland, with an emphasis on special education, developmental reading, and a BA in French literature. I like that. Dr. Hardeman presents nationally and internationally on topics related to intersection of research in neuro and cognitive science with effective teaching strategies, including meaningful integration of the arts. It is with great pleasure that I get to introduce to you Dr. Hardeman.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm coming back to Fresno.
See you in April.
Well, hello, everyone. It is never easy to be an afternoon speaker. So there's a lot of coffee on your table, right? So keep you. So when Marcy asked me to do this, I said, so can I have 3 hours? How about 4? And she said no. So I want to tell you that I go through my slides and say, oh, but no, they need this, or I can't cut the slide. So there's a lot of content in this, and we're going to roll through it this afternoon. And I'm going to keep your brains moving, and I'm going to stop doing that, too. Yeah. And you know what? Maybe you could keep this one down there because I might want somebody to give me an answer and have a good. So I hear that this group, I'm still having trouble here. Move it down. Gotcha. Yes? How's that? Better? Yeah. So I have a lot of content, but I hear that we have a whole room full of brilliant scholars, and so you're ready to go, right? Okay. So as you heard, I co-founded and I direct the Neuroeducation Initiative at Johns Hopkins University. When I had the idea to do this, I had just come from designing and developing a model that has really been in place for about 10 years and is taken off now more than ever. And I was very interested in connecting what we were learning and what I was talking about and studying about in terms of neuro and cognitive science and connecting that with what teachers needed to know and how teachers could use this knowledge. So I found a lot of people across Hopkins. In fact, there are about 540 people at Hopkins doing some sort of brain research. And for the first time, they came together in the NeuroEd initiative. And it's resulted in a lot of things, as you've heard before with my introduction. And I am now starting my 7th international cohort of mind, brain, and teaching. So we're really moving this information out for teachers, and I love to do that, both in my courses and my professional development, which is 30 hours of training that I try to squeeze into just a few hours for you today. But we'll give you a taste of it, and then let you know how later you can kind of dig down deeper. Hopefully you'll want to. So the picture I have here, the top is Dr. Charles Lim. And Dr. Lim is an otolaryngologist at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. So he's a straight up surgeon, but he's also a musician. And he has an appointment at the Institute in Baltimore. And he is famous for the study, and you'll meet him later in my presentation. This is your brain on jazz. Really great. So anybody ever hear of him? See his work? Usually people know of him. Few people do. Okay. And then that's me as a school principal out on the schoolyard with my children. So I feel like I am home when I have a group of educational leaders because I did spend 32 years in Baltimore City schools, and 25 of those years as a school leader. The last 15 as school principal. My school here, my last appointment, Roland Park Elementary Middle, was a K through 8, 1,500 children from all across the city. And a school that we took from the state wanting to take over to becoming a Blue Ribbon of Excellence. And a lot of what we did was to apply neurocognitive science research to teaching and learning. So I'm going to start out by saying that we talk about education in a lot of different ways, but I'm going to simplify it into 3 buckets. What we're learning, and we're spending a lot of time talking about Common Core state standards and the what of it. And then, of course, the last bucket, what have our children learned? And we know with No Child Left Behind, high-stakes testing really drove what we did. May still be doing that. But that middle bucket that you heard this morning from Dr. Mazur talking about how we learn is really where I'm coming from. So I think you're going to see a lot of commonalities, and I want to make connections for you. I'd like you to make connections to what you learned this morning and what you're going to be learning now. Very different content, but very, very synergistic. So my focus then is to learn and basing that on what we know from the science of learning. Now, raise your hand if you've ever been in a situation where you feel, oh my gosh, here is another initiative I've got to deal with in my school. Come on, get your hands up there. I know a lot of you feel that way. I bet you a lot of you could put a whole lot more bubbles up there. That's a problem with education, is that we just keep layering more and more and more. And I know as a principal, I felt, oh my gosh, now what do they want me to do, right? And teachers feel that way. Now what else? And how do we make all this work, and how do we pull it all together? So that was what motivated me to design the brain-targeted teaching model. And then I was studying the whole area of neurocognitive science, and I felt the same thing about that. You go to conferences, and I would go and present at the Learning in the Brain conference, all of these wonderful conferences, and I'd hear the teacher in the back of the room saying to this brilliant researcher, that's great, your research on memory and fleas, but how can I use that in my classroom? So another motivation of mine was to take that body of research and put it in a usable way for teachers. So what I want to do today for you is connect for you the brain sciences and usable knowledge from the brain sciences, the brain-targeted teaching model, which again was a model that I developed about 10 years ago, with leadership for effective instruction. And we'll be talking about all through, as we talk about the model, how you as leaders can make this work in your schools and classrooms. Now, this is how I felt when I first started this work. I think you often feel that way as a school leader, right? You feel like you're out there on your own, often. But especially merging this work, I really felt that way. In the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was writing about this, there were those writing the opposite. It's a bridge too far, for example. There's no application of what we're learning in the sciences to education. I had professors at Hopkins who thought the whole idea of studying this was really not important and just another fad that would go away quickly. But the opposites happened. More and more and more educators value knowing how the brain thinks and learns and how it informs education. So I went from this to creating a school, and this is a learning unit. We're going to be talking about it, threads through my book. It's two of my teachers embraced the model and said, let's take something we've been teaching for a long time, and that was just simply the novel Hatchet. This was 5th grade language arts class and an art teacher. And let's come together and use this model to teach this differently than we ever did before. And so you'll be seeing a little bit of that. So once again, we're going to look at what is brain science, what is brain-targeted teaching, how can it help students learn, and then how can I connect brain-targeted teaching with Dr. Mazur's presentation this morning. And I hope you see those connections, and I'm going to help you see them. So I'm going to do something so low-tech after what you had this morning, although I did get kicked off your system. Where is Eric? It crashed on my iPad. Okay, so if you know a lot about the whole learning sciences, you've taken courses, you're a neuroscientist yourself, we can do this simultaneously. I just want to look around. Just wave your hand. If you've gone to conferences and you have read books on brain-based learning, and you've read books and articles, give me the peace sign. And if you're kind of new to this content, just put your thumb up. So go ahead, give me a hand signal. I see one, a few people are waving. Okay, thank you. Oh, I see a waiver back there, great. Now I'm going to know who to call on when I need help. All right, thank you. Well, then I'm going to start out by giving you some information that is usable knowledge from the brain sciences that really now is something that is widely known. There's so many books and articles coming out now. The whole idea of neuroeducation is growing as a field in the past 10 years. And one thing that we see and has really been written about, that teachers need to understand that's different from how they taught was that the brain does change with experience. That what teachers do in classroom is changing brain structure and brain chemistry. It's a powerful construct for teachers to know. We're going to come back to that. The other thing is that 10 years ago, I would be standing here, or any scientist would tell you that we have all the cells we're ever going to have. The brain does not grow new cells. And now we know it's commonly accepted that the brain does grow new cells. We're learning more and more about what is causing neurogenesis. And I just read an article yesterday about the heart, and the heart actually creating new cells all up even until old age. This is really rather new science. We're going to talk also a lot about emotions and learning and the construct of an emotional climate and why that's important. And then sensitive periods, the idea that there are windows of opportunity. We're going to spend some time talking about those first few years and the importance of that. But it's not over after that. And we're finding out now, again, real recent research about adolescence and how that is another sensitive period. Big brain changes happening there in that adolescent time. Learning and memory. Memory is an area that's been, continues to be a topic that's being tested both in neuro and cognitive and experimental psychology. And we know that memory for content can be strengthened if we know how to do that. I'm going to talk to you about our study in arts integration and how we're testing long-term memory retention. Physical health and exercise. We're learning a whole lot about exercise, hydration, sleep. Huge amount of research recently, and many school districts now taking this body of research, again, out of the neuroeducation realm and changing start times for kids, especially for adolescents and high schools, making those start times later because of the natural biology of children that age. Arts and cognition is another area that there's a whole lot of research going on. And the fact that attention can be enhanced through certain aspects of the physical environment, that's part of brain-targeted teaching, and that there's specific training that can happen. Now, I also want to bust through some neuro myths. So I talked about sensitive periods, but there's no such thing as critical periods when certain things must be taught. If you wanted right now, any of us in the room could pick up and learn the tuba, and we could learn to play it. But we probably should not book Carnegie Hall, right? And by the way, any of us at this point could learn a foreign language. In fact, adults have advantages, recent research is saying, in learning a foreign language for vocabulary. What do you think they don't have an advantage for? Pronunciation, that's right, phonetics. You'll see why in a few minutes. Here's another neuromyth. If anybody says to you, well, you know, we really just use 10% of our brain, punch them. No, don't punch them. Just get their brain moving. In fact, I know Dr. Johnson knows how to do that, rubbing brains to, right? You know how to rub brains to make sure that the whole brain is being used, not just 10%. We won't ask you to do it now, though. Good, bless. So, yeah. So I don't know what people think the other 90% of the brain is doing. But we do use all of our brain. Here's another neuromyth. You're not left or right brain. Unless your corpus callosum severed, that's the bundle of nerve fibers that connect left and right side of the brain, and you use your whole brain for most tasks. The brain is very localized. We know the left side is very tightly localized for language, for example. The right side, visual spatial. Yet for most tasks, we are using the entire brain almost all the time. Because of hormones during puberty, teenagers can't learn. I think I'll leave that alone. Let's just say that's not a neuromyth. Listening to Mozart will make your baby smarter. Sorry about that. This was a study done, and the research teachers never intended for it to be. They had very small effect with college kids for about 10 minutes. But this became such a neuromyth that the governor of South Carolina purchased Mozart CDs and sent it out to all the pregnant women in his state because he wanted his test scores eventually, right, to beat the other states' test scores. I love Mozart. It doesn't make your baby smarter. This is one I put in bold because I spent a lot of time trying to explain this to people. This research busting through the learning style theory comes right out of California. Hal Pashler and his colleagues really did examine them in a lot of detail and have come out with a paper saying that there is no evidence that learning styles exist. Now, what's interesting about that is that Dan Willingham at UVA did a small study finding that 90% of people will say, yes, they learn better through one channel or the other, right, auditory or visual. However, there is no evidence that if you give your students an inventory and you find out Mary's a visual learner and John's an auditory learner and Beth is a kinesthetic learner, that if you give them instruction just in the modality and give them assessments in that modality, that they do any better than if they're given it in a non-dominant modality. So what I say to teachers is, you might believe in learning styles, but let me ask you this. How many of you go home and take your lesson plans and write them 3 different ways every night? Principals, superintendents, how many times have you gone into a classroom and the teacher said, here's my lesson plan for my visual learners, here's my lesson plan for my auditory learners? Teachers don't do that. That's another neuromyth. We throw it around, but we don't know what it means. What teachers do naturally is what the research is showing we should be doing. Teachers combine modalities, right? And they do it based on what makes sense. If you're teaching math skills, then you're going to be teaching a whole lot of visual information, aren't you? If you're teaching foreign language, you're going to be in the auditory channel a lot. So combining modalities is actually based on the real task. It's what teachers do, and it's what research is supporting. Okay, so there's 2 things I want to go back to, plasticity and neurogenesis, that we talked about earlier. So I'm going to a neuron, a brain cell. Probably most of you have seen that. You can see the dendrites, the branching out here, right? The branches and then the axons that send information out to other cells. And learning is really that connection, right? When the axon connects with dendrites and cells connect, that's really what happens with learning. And then circuits start to be formed. And you can see the newborn baby versus the 2-year-old and how much that circuitry has developed. Then look again at a 2-year-old versus a 6-year-old. So what's happened there? Big changes, right? So it's pruning, right? If I were to show you a 17-year-old, it would look back like that again, right? No, I'm just kidding. We send them to school. Actually, life is school because everything we do is changing brain chemistry. So, there's a pretty picture of it. Your brain really isn't in living color. So here's some examples of plasticity and how it goes 2 ways, how it's pruning. If you're not using something, you lose it. We know that babies at 6 months old can discriminate the sounds of any language at all. But by 10 months old, they only discriminate the sounds of their own language. So they lose the ability to discriminate those sounds. On the other hand, the sounds of their own language are strengthening. It's why early language exposure is so important, right? Perception is there's a rapid period. Babies are born with very visual cortexes that are really not that developed. That's a very strong period. And so this is showing you now the birth and the years, and when these systems start coming online, of course, the sensory systems first, the language system, and then the higher cognitive function system. And look how important those peaks are in the first year of life. So what we know about plasticity is what I just showed you. It's a double-edged sword. And the new study of epigenetics is showing that we always knew that there was some balance between biology and experience, right? Nature versus nurture, and that there was some kind of interaction there. But now, really pretty recent science is showing that they're not separate, that actually experience is changing biology and vice versa. So as Blair and Raber say, development gives with one hand and takes away with the other. And so now I want to talk about what that means for children who come to our schools and have not had the experiences of their peers who are from higher incomes. So a lot of research is going on, again, in the last few years about the effects of poverty in the brain. And Hackman, Farah, and Meany have done a tremendous amount of research and say the brain development does occur within a socioeconomic context. And it influences neurodevelopment. Here's how it influences it. Language processing. So the first line there, vocabulary, phonetic awareness, syntax. We know the huge gap between 3-year-old children of professional families, right, and those on welfare. And you've probably heard the work from Reed early on, probably about 10 years ago, saying that a child of educated parents at 3 had the same language skills as the parents of a 3-year-old in poverty, right? So what we're seeing there from the neurocognitive end is a positive correlation with low SES and lack of language specialization in the left hemisphere. So there's an example of how experience is changing brain chemistry. Executive function, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but working memory, cognitive control, and self-regulation, and there's been a lot of work around that and the fact that the prefrontal cortex, the circuits, are not working to the same degree. And then emotional regulation, that children in poverty seem to have increased response from the amygdala. Now what's scary about this is the number of children who are actually in poverty, who are experiencing what I just showed you. And I don't need to tell you as leaders and educators that right now 1 in 5 children, and that number's growing, right? So the trajectory here that's really scary for all of us, frankly, in the field of education is the fact that poverty seems to be triggering something called toxic stress. Now, that's not just the stress of everyday life where, you know, we are all under stress sometimes, but toxic stress is a term given to the kinds of stress that, you know, I'm from Baltimore, you've all probably watched The Wire, right? The kinds of stress that children undergo when there is not enough income in the home, and there's not enough food in the home, and there's not caregiving, et cetera, et cetera. And it moves children towards poor self-regulation, poor cognitive function, poor achievement, and then the whole cycle starts again, and that's how our cycle of poverty keeps moving. Now here's another big question. Does stress affect all kids the same way? So there's dandelions and there's orchids. So think about a dandelion. Dandelions in my yard probably grow pretty fast, right? Dandelions will grow in cracks in the pavement. It takes a lot to kill a dandelion, right? It'll just thrive and survive no matter what. Orchids, on the other hand, you have to have exactly the right environment for orchids to thrive. And of course, mine in my house is not very good because I keep them about 2 weeks. They're gone. So, orchids and dandelions. And so there's research that individual differences exist for how susceptible children and reactive they are actually to the environmental context that they have. And so look at our dandelions here. Dandelions in low stress are okay, and in high stress, their self-regulation might even improve a little bit, but that's probably pretty much of a flat line. So there's not going to be a big change for them. You know, they're the kind of kids that, you know, they don't respond well often to interventions. They're the ones that are going to frustrate you. You do so much for them, and they just like, it just doesn't seem to matter to them. Orchids are kids who are very, very, very receptive to low stress. In other words, their self-regulation goes way up. They're the ones that you're just really happy about. You put a lot of stuff there, and they're responsive, and they really, it seems like you're making a difference. But once they're in high-stress environments, they crash. They're the kind of kids that are quick to fight because somebody looked at them the wrong way, right? They can't just slough it off. So when you talk about this trajectory and the scary stuff coming out, this research about the effects of poverty changing brain chemistry so early in life, way before we get them in our schools, is there any hope? And the answer is yes. What we're finding is actually reversal of these negative outcomes with intervention and early cognitive stimulation. So in the academic area, we're seeing improved schoolness, language skills, executive function, which I've capitalized because there's a lot of work now being done around training, very early training in executive function skills, and then general academic achievement, and then social outcomes, improvement in self-regulation. Those orchids aren't going to crash as much if they have some of the interventions that we've talked about. So the approach, and I know that a lot of work is being done here in California. I work with First Five and Head Start out here in California. And I know that the approaches are really to start young and to look at multi-interventions. You know, public health programs, social programs, community workforce development, parent training, or executive function, and then supportive school environments. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the brain-targeted teaching model. Now that can really help to move us forward into having children all become the kind of learners we want. We're going to go back and look at the brain again, and we'll look at kind of three different areas, and I only give this to you as background information for some of the things we're going to be talking about with brain-targeted teaching. So we all know that the brain, we used to think of the brain as left-right, and that's how we're divided, but now we kind of look at bottom-up. So the bottom, the cerebellum, we used to think was just autonomic functions, and now we're finding that ADHD children showing damage in this structure. So even short-term memory, attention, and impulse control. Then there's the midbrain, what we call the limbic system, and there's structures there that are really important. The thalamus that sorts information, the hippocampal area right here, center for memory, and then the amygdala, which is the center evaluates input for emotion. And then the frontal lobes, that's the executive function part, anticipation, prediction, planning, organizing, problem solving. I work with a person who, Martha Denkla, is world-renowned for her research at Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore on executive function training. And you think about the children, from the young ones even to the older ones, and their ability or not to be able to initiate a task, to hold information in working memory, to inhibit or stop a task, to shift, move from one task to the other, to plan, to organize, to self-monitor, and then to control. So when do you think all these skills come online? You said it. So 30. Actually, if you ask Martha Denkla, what she would tell you is that probably for most of cognitive skills, it's early 20s, but to get to the whole end of it, including his social, emotional regulating response, it's early 30s. We're going to do a little activity now. I'm going to ask you to read the color of the word. Some of you may have done this in other conferences. Just read the color, not read, I'm sorry, say the color of the word. Let's do them fast. Red, green. All right, you did it pretty well. I'll do it again. Say the color of the word. A little harder. Now, okay, so a 3-year-old could do the second slide just as well as he or she could do the first slide. Why would that be? I heard it. They can't read. So the act of reading gets in your way of doing that task. So this is actually derived from a very commonly used test of executive function skills, and that's the ability to inhibit, right? So kind of coming back to what executive function is. You just showed an example of executive function. You had to inhibit something that you knew already, and that's you know how to read those words. And so the propensity to want to read the words rather than do what I asked you to do, which was say the color, was an executive function skill you had to use. So, coming back now, how do we help kids do better in school? And how can the content I just taught you very quickly in the first 40 minutes, how can this inform educational practice and policy? And what I'm going to show you, and at the end show you research my team and I are doing at Hopkins, in how it makes a difference for teachers. And I'll give you a little hint now. We are seeing significant differences when teachers know this knowledge after 30 hours of training, significant differences in their knowledge of science, their attitude about using scientific research to inform teaching, their actual teaching practices, and most important of all, their teaching efficacy beliefs. And I want to come back to teaching kids in poverty. It's very, very common for teachers to lose general efficacy when they're teaching high-need populations. So we're showing this. I'm eager to show you the research at the end. So now I'm going to move us into the brain-targeted teaching model and tell you why I don't call it brain-based learning. You're not going to see that in my book at all. Why is that? Well, one of my professors at Hopkins, remember when I showed you the picture where I was on my own? Well, when he heard I was studying this work, he laughed at me and he said, well, why would anybody call learning brain-based? That's the silliest term to describe learning. All learning occurs in the brain. After all, we don't think with our feet. And my answer back to him was, you're right. We don't think with our feet. All learning occurs in the brain. However, all teaching does not result in learning. So while all learning is brain-based, all teaching is not. Therefore, my work is teaching targeted to how the brain thinks and learns. And there are 6 components of this, and the very first and the most important I'm going to talk about is the emotional climate for learning, the emotional connection for learning. And so here are the 6 targets. We're going to start here. Now, I want you to think about this morning's presentation for a moment. And there was a part where Eric had everybody's that you were all emotionally engaged because of something he did. Does anybody want to highlight it? What was happening emotionally? What did he do that it really engaged you because he was tapping into your emotions? What was the activity? What was it? Absolutely. He withheld the answer. I kept saying, come on, we want to know, we want to know. And then he wanted the drum roll, right? But what he was doing there was engaging you in the content. He made you, by creating that suspense, he made you want to know the content even more. If he had given you the answer right away, your level of engagement and your emotional connection to that content would have been much more diminished than how he did that. So that was an example of what we went through this morning. And we know that emotion triggers attention, just as you saw in that activity, which then ends up in long-term learning. Now, to us, this might seem like a no-brainer, but wait a minute. How many of us in teacher preparation programs, how many of us were taught that there is a connection between this affective system and cognitive system? In fact, I'm going to tell you we were taught the opposite, that there's no connection. And then how many times do I hear teachers, when I'm in schools, I still hear it. Leave your emotions at the door. You're here to learn. But we know that that can't happen. We know now the effects of stress, that it actually not only affects performance, but it actually affects brain structures. And we also know that positive emotions, just like you felt this morning, can engage students and actually increase attention. So neurobiologically, what's happening here, let's come back to the slide. We saw the limbic system before I showed you that, and then the frontal lobes where our higher order thinking occurs. And the limbic system, that thalamus is going to sort information and send it to the thought center, right? The executive function center. However, information's processed in the amygdala actually before it gets to the frontal lobe. Joseph Ledoux calls it a short and dirty route. The signal goes first to the emotional center. So how do you think this influences higher order thinking? Absolutely, through emotions. Your emotions are really your filter. And we're biologically programmed for this, right? Fight or flight response. Everybody knows about that. Probably all of us know that that releases cortisol from the adrenal glands. But frequent cortisol baths, as we call them, can actually cause that toxic stress I mentioned earlier. And that, again, we're showing is impairing brain development, executive function skills. So during periods of stress or fear, we diminish attention, we diminish problem solving, working memory, and the brain routes attention to become more reactive and actually more impulsive. So we call this downshifting, a metaphor for how negative emotions cause us to process information. I'm going to stop for a moment, and I want you to reflect on something. I'm going to connect you emotionally too, but I'm not going to do it in a nice way. I'm going to ask you to think of something negative. Here's what I'm going to ask you to think of. I'm going to ask you to think of a time when you yourself were downshifted in school, when something happened and it shut you down. Now, you may not have, I'm going to give you some examples first. I'll tell you about my daughter, who's a proud graduate of William & Mary School and successful, but she was in second grade then, and she came home after the first couple days of school and said, Mom, I'm going to learn no math this year. And I said, what do you mean, Krista? You're not going to learn any math? Why? Well, I'm afraid of the teacher. She calls everybody up to the board. She makes us do problems in front of everybody, and if anybody gets something wrong, she yells at you. And she said, I just spend the whole time, I can't pay attention, I just pray. I said, well, why do you pray? I pray I'm not going to be one of the ones called to the board. So I said, I'll fix this. You know, I'm principal here, I'm going to go in and tell that teacher how to teach. So, at home that night, my husband said to me, so did you meet with Krista's teacher? And I said, yeah. He said, how did it go? I said, I'm afraid of the And we're all going to be doing a lot of praying this year. But you think about that. You know, that teacher probably never realized she was downshifting my daughter and probably a lot of other kids. One more story, and then I'm going to let you think. I was standing in my main office in my school, and a parent came in and said, Dr. Hardiman, you know, I went to school here myself, and I want to ask you whether or not Miss Green, that's her name, is Miss Green still here? Does she still teach here? And I said, yeah. She said, well, she was one of my favorite teachers because she was a good teacher. She said, but I just remember something. She said, one day I couldn't remember how to spell a word, and she kept prodding me and prodding, you know that word, come on, you know that word. She said, I was so embarrassed in front of everybody. You know, I finally figured out how to spell it. And she said, I've never forgotten how to spell that word, but you know, I still get a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach when I do. The emotional connection to learning. I'm going to stop for a minute and ask you to think about a time, if you want to jot it down or write a little picture or something, about when you or maybe a colleague or a child felt that you couldn't think anymore because you were downshifted because of an act of an educator. Time's up. You got a lot to talk about there. You know what? I used to be able to bring school leaders. I used to be able to bring 400 7th graders to silence. But it's always harder to bring educators to silence. All right, so I can see you had a lot to talk about, and I'd love to give you a lot of time, and I'd love to go around the room because I guarantee there's some great stories going on in here. Can I have one story? And do we have a mic that works? One volunteer. Right over there is a volunteer behind you, right here.
Hi. I had a 10th grade German teacher who he lumped me in with the kids I was sitting next to, and I was a bad kid because they were acting up. And I went and talked to him. I tried, but I just was always lumped in with them. And I had an interest in the course, but not for very long. And so I went to my counselor and asked if I could drop that course and go be a TA for another teacher. And he said, sure, but you're going to lose credit for this course for the semester. I said, fine, let's just get me out of there. So.
Thank you for that story. I will tell you, I hear stories over and over and over and over again. I hear a lot of stories about kids getting math, being in a math class, just like similar to my daughter's story, and just then not ever wanting to do math again. Or writing, somebody who thought she did this wonderful creative writing and had such negative feedback. So I'm not here to tell you teachers should be perfect and always are. But what I want to say is that school environments and classroom environments can be protective factors for against stress. And in many cases, they are contributing factors. So what I would challenge all of us to do as we work with our schools and classrooms, as you go back into the schoolhouse and you talk about Brain Target 1, the idea that the emotional climate for learning is critical. And how can every day the school environment be a protective, not a contributing factor to stress children feel? And look at this study. Of all the emotions that students say they exhibit in school, anxiety is number 1. So, how do we improve this? What helps children to have positive emotions? And the answer is lots of research, close relationship with the caring adult. Here's one study I'll share with you real fast. Clown enters a room, invites children to come and play. Clowns can be scary, right? They can be. Toddlers who showed a connection with a caring adult had no rise in stress hormones to the strange event, even though they showed signs of being afraid. In contrast, toddlers who showed the same signs of fear and wariness but had an insecure attachment to adults showed elevations in stress hormones. Let's look at adolescents for a minute. In a study done by one of my colleagues at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, they did a national longitudinal study of adolescent health, and it showed a strong association between school connectedness and every risk behavior study. So here you go. Children that reported adolescents, no relationship to caring adult, very little, somewhat, quite a bit, a lot. Alcohol use, cigarette, marijuana. Boom. Look at that graph. Emotional distress, same thing. Violence or deviant behavior, same thing. Pregnancy. So, if I knew all this again, I would be a different school principal, knowing the information I know now about how having relationship with caring adult is such a strong protective factor, especially for my most at-risk kids. I'd be putting programs in place I never thought about. The second thing, and there's a lot of things we can talk about, but I had to chisel it down, positive language and praise of work, not effort. I'm not going to get into Carol Dweck's work. I think probably most of you know her work. But when praised for intelligence, children adopt passive, helpless attitude because they believe intelligence is static, but when they're praised for effort, they adopt an active attitude. And so we work with teachers a lot in trying to get them to use that language. Here's a study that shows over 7th and 8th grade, kids who believe that intelligence is static actually performed worse over that time. And the top line are kids who believe that intelligence is changeable, malleable. There's a few other things that I'm going to go through quickly. A lot of research is being done now on mindfulness training, just quiet sitting. It's certainly been helping in self-regulation skills that we talked about earlier and anxiety reduction. I know that it's really important that mindfulness training is scrubbed of anything that may have a religious undertone, but that's been showing. Humor is another thing. Kids shown actually higher test scores, social confidence, and less negative emotion when there's humor in the classroom. I always tell teachers, be cautious. Humor and sarcasm, not the same thing, right? Now, I'm going to show you later and argue that engagement in the arts is another thing that will do this. Here are 3 studies I've shown you. Listening to music actually reduced individuals' level of cortisol. Troubled youth displayed more pro-social behavior after instruction in the visual and performing arts. And then the idea that arts build persistence, collaboration, and relevancy. So we'll be talking about that more. To sum up Brain Target 1, very quickly, I like to quote the neuroscientist who had a stroke, and she chronicled her recovery, Jill Bolt Taylor, and her book is A Stroke of Insight. Great book if you haven't read it. Here it is. Although we think of ourselves as thinking creatures that feel, biologically, we are feeling creatures that think. Here's a strategy a first-grade teacher in Baltimore City used. Children were coming in, and they were passing through drug-infested neighborhoods to get to school, and all kind of stuff they'd bring in. A way to disengage them, the teacher had them pick this up out of a basket, circle how they felt that day, and either write or draw it, and then put it back in the basket. And she said she saw a significant difference just from the children being able to get that off their shoulder. So here are a lot of the best practices. I'm not going to go through, that's on my website. And here's an example. I told you about this, the hatchet, or the unit that threads through the book. So the main character is a student, or 12-year-old who is in a plane crash, and he is stranded by himself in the Canadian Rockies. So the children, just to get a sense of how it would feel to be that character, use something we call tableau, and that is using a frozen body image to depict how you'd feel. And so we use tableau a lot in our arts integration study. So I'm not going to take time to have you do an activity I was going to have you do, because I think we're going to need to roll along. But I will tell you that to implement the brain target teaching model in a school or classroom, we give the teachers these planning, we call them just planning sheets. And we kind of give them the features of it, have them think about questions, and then they begin to use these planning templates. So I put in red here the personal connection between content and student. I gave you the example of from our presentation this morning. So teachers begin writing brain target teaching units by considering with each brain target how they're going to make their classrooms a protective environment, including their own language, and then how they're going to connect students directly to content. So, brain target 1, the emotional connection to learning, the most important. Now, I have about 15 minutes until our break, so I'm going to take us through brain target 2 and not stop. Is that okay? Am I overloading you with information? You're okay? Keep going. Okay. So, brain target 2, we're talking about the physical environment and how it engages attention. Novelty in the environment triggers the alerting and orienting systems. How many times I've seen teachers put all the posters up they're going to show for the year in September and take them all down in June. And what happens in that case is that becomes wallpaper for kids. So they don't see the work anymore. So we try to get teachers to understand how the brain is connected into novelty and how novelty can be a real trigger for attention and learning. The other things we're going to look at are optimal lighting, noise, sense, exercise, and order and beauty. So let's start with lighting. There's a lot of studies that show that natural light is really better than hard fluorescent light. Anybody have a school where there's no windows? They used to build schools like that. Window gazing is actually a way for kids to kind of let their attention wander and bring them back, because actually it's a task that doesn't require as much cognition as doodling or doing something, texting, right? Background music. In the model, we use background music a lot. It relaxes kids. It helps in your cafeteria or in your classroom. A lot of the teachers I work with use it. But they're also very aware that if you want higher order thinking and attention, you've got to have quiet. I'll give you an example. Picture yourself driving down the road, and you've got your music on. And you're nice and relaxed. And the next thing you know, you've made a wrong turn, and you're trying to get along 4 lanes. And off this expressway, what's the first thing you do? Turn your music down. So listening to music have to do with you finding your way. Well, truthfully, it has a lot to do with it because of cognitive overload. Now, how many of you believe you can multitask? Well, we all try to multitask. You're probably all multitasking now. But you know that there's a tremendous amount of research in that we're only in one channel at a time. We're only in one modality. So that there is a cost to task switching. Task switch cost, it's called. And every time we have to task switch, we lose a little bit of working memory in what we're doing. It takes a few minutes to get back into it. Scent in learning, there's a lot of research. I'm not going to go into it in a lot of depth now, but there's research on scent environments And exercise, research on exercise and regulating attention and motivation. And I quote Maria Montessori a lot in my work because she's a strong advocate for order and beauty. So one of the things I have to say as a school principal, why I did this, is that I found my elementary teachers, the classrooms were always lovely and engaging. And my middle school teachers had the same poster up all the time, and there were balls of paper on the floor. And I just couldn't figure out why my middle school teachers just didn't do. So part of the challenge then was to get the middle school classrooms looking good. So I would tell the middle school teachers that if they wanted to have a party in their room at night, I would pay for the pizza and the beer and buy the paint, and they could invite their friends in. So every room became painted. Lovely colors because they did that. Root beer. Root beer. Here's an example of a classroom where there's a lot of light. It's a talkative group. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few images. I only show you this image because this is really bad fluorescent lighting, and the teacher had to add lamps. This is not one of my classrooms, but what do you think of it? Way too much stimulation. What do you think of that? Somebody tell me what's wrong with this classroom. It's nice. Perfect answer. There's work there. It's all commercial materials, right? How about there? A little stark. Lots of good natural lighting. Okay, now this is my school, so we're not going to criticize. That's my cafeteria. That is a stairwell coming up from the cafeteria where there were lots of red and yellow streaks. If you can imagine from a cafeteria what those were, think of those little packets of ketchup, and right? So once we opened up the vista by taking the cinder block and putting scenes of the 3 stairwells of the seasons, what happened instantly, there was no more graffiti on the walls, and the noise level came down overnight. So we started putting murals all through the school and then using the outside environment. So now I'm going to go back to Hatchet. This teacher used paintings of Canadian Rockies and used the outside environment to give the kids a sense of that novel and how it would feel to be stranded out in the Canadian Rockies. So I'm going to get back to this morning and make you a connection. Here's the Brain Target 2 planning sheet. So if your teachers were writing a Brain Target teaching unit, they would be using this to brainstorm ways that they could change the environment for that unit of study. And here's what I saw this morning. Technology was being used as a way to introduce novelty into the classroom, and flipping a classroom is certainly a way to increase attending behaviors. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to use the school environment. So you could use it in a very small way by having kids rearrange their desks in different ways, depending on the activity, or in a major way like we saw today, and that's flipping the classroom. Now, I have 7 minutes, and I can get through Brain Target 3 in 7 minutes. All right, here we go. Look at the following words. Look at them fast. Write the words you remember. Take a few minutes. Again. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what you wrote, and you don't have to tell me if you did this. You don't have to raise your hand, but my guess is somebody wrote the word sleep. All right, I'm seeing some heads nodding. So why would anybody write a word they didn't see? What's that? Okay. Because all these words suggest that, right? So what would your brain be doing if you wrote the word sleep when you didn't really see it? And in cognitive science, that's called patterning, right? The brain is going to take stimuli and concepts that are either familiar or novel and combine them to create new knowledge. And so prior knowledge acts as a filter for that. And again, to quote Maria Montessori, here is an essential principle of education. To teach details is to bring confusion. To establish relationships between things is to bring knowledge. And Bransford says this too, knowledge is not facts, but core concepts and big ideas. So in this model, we start with using graphic organizers for teachers to give children big picture concepts. Why is this important? Here's a research study I want to show you, and that is that young children will say these two images are the same, whereas older children, about 6 and up to adults, say that these two images are the same. So what you see in the top two pictures is that younger children are looking at the elements, right? But everybody else are looking at the gestalt, the whole picture. So the scientists think that actually young children looking at elements gives them an advantage because learning to read, even learning to speak, is taking segments and stringing them together. So we do have a propensity to look at the big picture. Now, I loved Eric's example this morning about going from baseball to football, right? Prior knowledge. Here's a study that exemplifies that. Good readers are in blue and poor readers are in red. And here is high knowledge of baseball and low knowledge of baseball. So you can see in the study, the students were divided into good readers and poor readers, high knowledge of baseball, low knowledge of baseball, and then they were given a paragraph about baseball and given comprehension questions. So children who were deemed to be poor readers scored significantly higher because they had a higher knowledge of baseball than those deemed to be good readers. Background knowledge. Let's come back to the children in poverty, because I know a lot of you work with children in poverty. Is their background knowledge similar to children of college-educated parents? Of course not. Do they have the same experiences? They may have never been to a baseball game. And yet, are we giving them the same assessments and measuring them by the same tools and then say there's no excuse? And guess whose fault it is? Teachers. Superintendents. Principals. So what we like to do in Brain Target 3 is give children a gestalt. So these are some of my students over the years and some of what they've done here. In this concept map, that's their prior knowledge in red. This is what they're working on. This is what they're going to be working on during the unit, and these are the things that they're going to be doing. You can see that they're using proportional relationships to solve multi-step ratio and percent problems. So kids know up front, I'm going to be using this knowledge, I'm going to be doing this, and I'm going to be doing these kinds of activities. Here's for those of you who teach little kids. We're going to be studying about plants, parts, needs, life cycle, environment, uses, and then we're going to make a mystery garden. 3 Little Pig stories. This is one of my teachers that work in an inner city school. Did the 3 Little Pig stories and worked with the children and showed them this concept map. Spring, I like this one, branches of government. This is one of my students from Colorado who teaches digital footprints. She teaches tech ed. There's one of my teachers who teaches social studies, 6th graders. And she had like 2 weeks to teach ancient Greece. A lot of components to it. But giving them the big picture first significantly improved what they were doing. I like this one, what you'll need to know so that you can, giving kids up front. So those of you who understand instruction and how it works, and you all do in this room, is you start with the Common Core State Standards. You look at your scope and sequences and break that down then into a content chunk. You design a graphic organizer, and then you think of what your activities are with the graphic organizer and your assessments. When teachers are teaching with this model, they're doing all that up front. Is it more work? Absolutely. It's more work up front. Is it more work ultimately? No. I had a teacher say to me when I think it was at Yale, I was teaching with the school development, Comer School Development Program, and she said, oh my goodness, you really have to know your content in order to do this, don't you? But how many teachers teach objective by objective by objective and really haven't thought through? A lot. So I came up with the icons for the targets. Brain Target 3 icon is that puzzle piece. So think about this for a minute before we break. Think about if I asked you to put together a jigsaw puzzle, but never showed you the picture on the front of the box. All those individual pieces would make a whole lot less sense to you. That's how we teach children. So my connection to this morning was the word cloud, because that was a way that we were able to get the big picture of what everybody was thinking in a very quick way. So we'll stop right now, and then we'll continue on through the rest of the Brain Target teaching model, and then I'm eager to show you the research we're doing that shows once teachers have this knowledge, how it changes their teaching beliefs. Have a good break.
A 15-minute break. 15 minutes for the break.
They'll fit together. And I really do want to encourage you to have time back in your teams to have some reflective time about what you're learning here. And to be able to really sift through your knowledge and understanding. What I encourage you to do is as you see something, rather than try to take notes off of a slide, draw a little picture, make a symbol. Or if you want to know about a citation, you could write down the study, because all of my citations are in my book. My whole bibliography is on my website. And all these planning, I'm going to show you a few things at the end on my website, but all these planning guides are downloadable for free on my website. They're going to look a little different here because I added in some stuff from this morning's presentation. But you can take them and use them as you want. There's also observation guides for school leaders to go into classrooms and to look for the things we've talked about. So what have we talked about? Let me review for you very quickly. We talked about the importance of the emotional climate for learning and how schools need to be protective factors, not contributing factors to stress for kids. And that's not easy. Sometimes the very systems we set up are contributing factors for stress for kids. And especially when children are coming to school with toxic stress, it's really not good that we're a contributing factor to their stress. So that's the first reflection. How can I, as a school leader, how can my teachers, how can our district, what can we do to make sure that every school has a positive environment, a climate for kids? Second thing we talked about was the fact that it's not only the emotional environment that we should be paying attention to, but it's the physical environment. That there's a lot we can do right there within the physical environment to enhance attention and to enhance the experience for kids, the way of lighting, the way it looks. having natural objects around, having students work around. One study, I know some of you are at higher ed, some of these studies were actually done in higher ed. A lot of the studies were because researchers don't have access to kids, so they use college kids, 18-year-olds, so they don't have to get parent permission. So a lot of the studies from neurocognitive science that come in from universities, the subjects are actually college kids. One study was done with novelty, where two groups of students were randomized. One group, both groups were learning, I think it was Swahili English word pairs. And group one learned those word pairs in one room. Group two learned those word pairs in two different rooms. And they found significant differences in the group in two different environments. So just the novelty of the second environment, researchers said, improved learning. Okay, so that was Brain Target 1, 2. Brain Target 3, we talked about the fact that we're really holistic thinkers, and we have to help our children be that way. And simply giving kids a graphic organizer of the learning unit, that chunk of maybe 2 or 3 weeks, that topic, in the case I'm showing you, that novel study. Giving kids a graphic organizer that shows them, either in a pictorial way or using words, the gestalt of it, what it is that they're going to have to do, what we want them to know. But we have to know that ourselves first. And the first thing the teachers do when they write a brain targeted teaching unit is sit down and make themselves a graphic organizer of what they're going to teach, what standards, what common core standards they're going to use, what activities they're going to use, and how they're going to measure those activities. And then they go from there. They create one then for their kids. It's a simple one for the kids, and sometimes they share the ones that they have. But it can be done all kinds of different ways, and I showed you a lot of different examples of how it can be done. Okay, so now we've mastered it. We've talked about the physical, the emotional physical learning environment. We've now planned our unit. Now it's time to teach. Teaching for mastery of skills, content, and concepts. We're going to start with Lucy, and she says, hey, Charlie Brown, guess what? I taught Woodstock to whistle. Charlie Brown thinks about Woodstock and says, that's funny, Woodstock can't whistle. And she, in her smug way, says, no, stupid. I said I taught Woodstock to whistle. I didn't say he learned it. And I think we heard this morning, teaching and learning is not the same thing, right? So, learning and memory are connected, obviously. We can acquire new information, but it's our memory systems that allow it to be stored and recalled. You can't talk about learning without talking about memory of some sort. Now, what improves recall? Well, we know the most important factor is in remembering is the degree to which we repeat and rehearse that information. What was the big word in the word cloud today? There you go. How did all of you say you got to be expert at what you did? It's because you repeated and rehearsed it. In addition to that, though, memory depends on a certain number of richness of elaborations. So one of the things I'm going to talk about, we're going to talk about different kinds of ways to get kids to master information. But you've heard that my work is around the idea of arts integration. And what I'm going to argue and try to convince you is that arts provide ample opportunities for students to rehearse and elaborate on information. And it happens in a natural way. Now, I'm going to tell you what, as a school principal, my first experience with arts integration was a complete failure. I had a university come in and say, oh, we're doing a study. We're going to give you a full-time dance teacher in your second grade classroom. And I said, cool. All right, sounds good. So in comes the dance teacher. She's lovely, and she's a great dancer. And the kids, I guess, had a good year. Except that the test scores came at the end of the year. And that group of students performed significantly lower than they had as a cohort in first grade and significantly lower than the second grade by comparison. And this was in both reading and math on the Stanford 10. So I thought, okay, something's wrong here. And I called in my little second grade team. I said, so what are we looking at here with these scores? And they said, well, we did a lot of dancing this year. And I thought, okay, so we had arts integration, and did it support instruction or step on it? And it stepped on it. And when I looked at their little booklet that they had done at the end of the year, I saw a few activities that supported content, but I saw a lot of activities like making up a bug dance that had nothing to do with kids learning science. So I realized that it wasn't the dance educator was lovely, and it wasn't her fault. And it really wasn't the teacher's fault, although I think they did sit back a little bit, and instead of teaching math or reading, let the dance teacher do her thing. It was my fault as the school leader, because I should have understood what arts integration was and how it could enhance. So we tried again in a different grade level, different context, and then I saw children in movement learning about what molecules can permeate a cell wall and how they enjoyed and understood that. So we started tinkering with it a little bit here, a little bit there, and then getting training. And our school became fully arts integrated and was recently given a National School of Distinction by the Kennedy Center. So my postdocs and I, when I went to Hopkins, my first book, I talk about how arts integration can be a way to have children rehearse information. If we know we need to repeat information, don't give them a worksheet all the time, right? Don't keep giving those worksheets out. Let's try different ways for kids to manipulate that content. They can master it and master it in different ways. Again, multiple modalities, learning styles. You don't slice it up, but you give it to them in a holistic way. The arts provide opportunities for that. And then we wrote a paper. It's available. Mind, Brain, and Education is the paper. It's called, and I can send it, you guys can put it on your website. It's called Why Arts Integration Improves Long-Term Retention of Content. And in that paper, we argue that there are 8 memory effects that have been long researched in cognitive and experimental psychology that show memory effects, elaborating information, generating information, enacting information, producing information. And these are all naturally done through the arts. So here's an example. Our students were studying in the art class botanical drawings. They were then doing those drawings themselves, and then in the third column, they were actually then using what they were learning to study the parts of a flower. And that's done by a third grader. Lovely. So here's another example. So here's looking at Lutz's Washington crossing the Delaware. And you could imagine kids looking at that and thinking about what that might entail or what was involved there. So there's a lot of things kids could do for that. Write a story from the perspective of an American or Hessian soldier, and that recruits the memory effects there. Interpret the painting. Effort after meaning means that when you have to struggle to remember something, you remember it better. Dramatic reenactment, painting a portrait of an individual soldier, like that. This was a second grader. Now, that second grader would probably remember a lot of content from produce that. First of all, it was Christmas, and George Washington clearly was not happy that he was missing his family. And then you have somebody there that's kind of giggling. Well, he probably remembers that this was a surprise attack, and he was excited about that. Or maybe he was happy because they won the war, the Battle of Trenton. So when children then can look at a painting and learn content through that painting and then reproduce it, those kinds of details are embedded in their memory, we believe, much better than if kids are just studying something and then giving it back, as we learned this morning. So this sounds great, but is there any real evidence that arts integration improves retention? So we did a randomized trial. 100 students in a Baltimore City public school. We developed 5th grade units in ecology and astronomy. One version was conventional instruction, and the other incorporated artistic activities. So they were matched for content and timing. And then we did pre, post, and delayed testing 2 months later. Just as I predicted, at post-testing, there was no difference between what kids learned. The arts integrated condition produced the same amount of retention as conventional instruction. They didn't learn any more through the arts. But guess what happened 2 months later when we came back and did delayed testing? Well, if you want to say they remembered what they learned through the arts, you're right. We found improvements in retention for lessons that incorporated the arts. So the Department of Ed decided to give me a grant, and we are right now as we speak, we've developed 4 units now, and we are currently in 16 classrooms in Baltimore City schools. We have, again, 4, they're 5th grade astronomy, environmental science, chemistry, and earth science. So I will keep you posted, but I'll give you just a few things like difference between a planet and a star. In the control activity, they're doing discussion. And here's what they did in the treatment activity. Very simple. They were role-playing. And the teacher would say, okay, so here are some materials in the room. You become a planet and you become a star to say the difference between planet and stars. And what they're learning here is that a star emits light, but a planet reflects light. So they look the same in the night sky, but they're very different. Just that activity, simple activity of role-playing, produces a memory effect, we believe. Here, the students receive a step of directions and control, the steps of a comet, asteroid to meteorite transformation. They're given these out of order, and they have to order them, and then they have to write statements in a flow chart. So that's the control condition. In treatment condition, they're pretending that they're filmmakers, and they're drawing a storyboard. So there's examples of their drawings for the storyboard. Again, they're doing the same amount of information, but they're producing it in different ways. A few more strategies that are important for memory in Brain Target 4 that we get teachers to really think about, and that is temporal spacing. We know that memory is better when we space learning episodes over time. So when teachers are running targeted teaching units, they're very mindful of not massing learning, but spacing learning episodes. They're also mindful of interleaving rather than blocking. So an example is, for example, math problems. Rather than giving all of the same kinds of problems in blocked practice, AA, B, 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 C, 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 they simply interleave. Chunking, which I think a lot of teachers are familiar with, breaking information down into smaller pieces. We know memory is better when we chunk learning. Active retrieval, this is a lot of information that came right out of University of California, San Diego with Karpicke and Roediger. And we know now that students should be given multiple opportunities to actively recall information, and that retrieval promotes retention better even than studying. And I'll tell you what that means in a minute. No, I won't. That slide's not on here. Okay, so in this study, I'll just describe it to you. Karpicke and Roediger gave 4 different conditions. In one condition, students studied. They were doing word pairs again. Students studied the word pairs and took quizzes on them regularly. In the second condition, they didn't study at all, but they took quizzes. The third condition, they didn't have any quizzes, but they studied. And the fourth condition, they did nothing. What the outcome was studying produced about the same amount of recall as doing nothing. But quizzing regularly And studying and quizzing produced the exact same amount of recall, 80% recall. So that became known as the testing effect. Have you heard of that? Some of you have heard of the testing effect? Okay. But it's not really about testing. And, you know, I try to make sure when audiences know about the testing effect and they know about these studies that Rodiger and Carpenter have done, that it's really not quizzing. We don't want to quiz kids to death. The whole idea here is the fact that active retrieval, having to go back into your memory systems and reproduce information, is going to show much better long-term retention of content than passive studying. Now, that's not what students do. And I have a daughter that I have had to convince of this. She's in med school. And when she has an exam, she goes back and she rereads her chapter in her book, and she looks at the lecture again. And I keep telling her, that's passive studying. You're better off making up quizzes for yourself and retrieving them. When she finally listened to me, her grades improved. So anyway, but it's not, you know, when we tell students you're going to have a test, what are they going to do? They're going to go back and study. That's what is really much more intuitive. But again, active retrieval. So here are the best practices: repeated rehearsals, time after initial mastery to revisit, take advantage of generation, enactment, and production effects, and then vary learning tasks. Novelty is very important for interest. And in our Hatchet, the children were outside drawing and using the natural and then writing. Now, what I wrote here in red that connects to what you learned this morning is repeated rehearsals, but doing it through peer interaction. And that's what you did today, right? You did some peer interaction. You didn't really talk to each other. You did peer interaction. Well, we saw peer interaction actually being done in a big college classroom. And I think that program is really interesting at how they paired together peers. But, you know, in a classroom of 30, you could be doing the same thing even without the technology. So now we've talked about the first 4 brain targets. I think teaching for mastery is really interesting because before Common Core, maybe even with We Don't Know, teachers would always say to me, Dr. Harmon, I'd love to teach like this, but I don't have time. I have too much to teach in too little time, and I can't integrate parts. And I can't have children apply knowledge meaningfully because our curriculum is an inch deep and a mile wide. And so no wonder the middle school teachers would blame the elementary teachers for the kids not learning anything. And the high school teachers blame the middle school teachers. And now that I'm in higher ed, guess who blames the high school teachers? The college professors, right? Everybody blames everybody because kids haven't retained knowledge, but it's because we don't let them master it. And so I've given you some techniques here that have been proven through cognitive science, and that when our teachers learn how to do this, they embed it into their units. Okay, now we're going to go into what we talked about this morning. Learning is not just acquiring information. If we can't apply it meaningfully, then we really haven't learned. So Brain Target 5 takes us beyond just mere acquisition. We can remember it. That's great. What can we do? So I want to go back to the brain for a minute and show you the motor cortex. We know that the motor cortex is right here in the middle of the brain, and it's right there is the frontal lobe where all that thinking occurs, that executive function stuff we talked about earlier today. So I'm going to ask you to get your foot moving. Move your right foot circular clockwise. Get that right foot moving. Now make the number 6 with your right hand. You mean you can't make your higher order thinking overcome? So the idea that movement could be connected in some way and that your cognitive system cannot override your motor system brings me to Maria Montessori again, who said one of the greatest mistakes of our day is to think of movement by itself apart from higher functions. And she says mental development must be connected with movement and dependent on it. This was in the early 1900s, before fMRI studies. Vital that education theory and practice should become informed by this idea. Now, I know you've all heard of 21st century skills, right? The whole idea of 21st century skills and the partnership that came up with a lot of different ways that 21st century skills should be. What's become synonymous with 21st century skills is the idea of innovation and creativity and collaborative learning and problem solving. And that's the challenge for all of us today, is to not only teach children basic skills, but to get them beyond that, to be innovative, creative problem solvers. Am I right? Okay. Do I have enough warning signals up here for you? We've done a good job of we've done an okay job of teaching children how to pick one answer out of 4. High-stakes testing, right? So while IQ and SAT scores have improved, creativity scores, the Torrance test of creative thinking, popular for that, significantly declined. So we are creating students, as was mentioned earlier when we saw the brain, right? And thinking that they're losing skills. They are losing skills. They're losing creative thinking in our systems. Now, here's some things I want to talk to you about with creative thinking. First of all, research's findings are showing that creativity is pliable. It's really not, it's another neuromyth. Frankly, I should put it up on my list. I'm creative or you're not, because everybody can be creative. All students should be taught to be creative, not just gifted students. And what they're finding is intelligence and creativity are completely different constructs. Students can be very high in creative constructs, and intelligence is maybe normal or even sub. On the other hand, the other is true too. Now here's something I think that I'd like to really focus on, and this is a quote by Ulrich Kraft. Fresh solutions result from disassembling and reassembling building blocks. But the last sentence here is the most important thing. That means the problem solver must thoroughly understand the blocks. So, can we be creative? Can we ask children to be creative, students to be creative about content that they don't know? Not really. In fact, researchers are showing now that in order to be creative, we have to possess content knowledge within a given domain. It's being called now something called adaptive expertise. That means we know how to do something, but then we know how to be adaptive. We know how to make new knowledge from what we know. So in the brain-targeted teaching model, it scaffolds learning that way. In the Brain Target 4, the teachers are really focused on thinking about how am I going to make sure students acquire this information in unique ways, in ways that engage them through the arts, etc., that I'm taking advantage of what we know about memory systems in terms of spacing, interleaving, active retrieval. But I'm not done when the students can pass the test, because they have to show me they know how to use this knowledge in a creative way. And again, that's adaptive expertise. So, what can neuroscience tell us about creativity? Well, we're going to come back to Charles Limb. I'm going to first tell you that different neural processes are at work. So When we think creatively, we are not using the same brain networks as when we think in conventional ways, and this is being shown by multiple studies. That is a fMRI. Have everybody been in one? No? All right, that's a scanner. That's what's often used to, in some of these studies that I'll be quoting. So Charles Limb, how much time do I have? Can I show Charles Limb's video? Am I still plugged into the to sound? Okay. I'll let Charles speak for himself.
I always really gravitated towards music. I think one of the most striking or early studies we found was that musicians and non-musicians had different kinds of brain activity. And not only that, they also had different brain anatomies. And that's a remarkable notion. I mean, music changes the brain itself, how it works.
So what you can see here, John, on the screen is brain images that correspond to blood flow during regular memorized piano playing. So for example, when you're playing something that you really learn and internalize and you're not improvising at all, but you're just doing the act of playing the piano, these are the areas that we found to be active during our study. Now, if we look at this brain scan here, this shows us differences that take place during improvisation in comparison to memorized or pre-learned music.
If you look at the combination of things, in the prefrontal cortex, we found the area responsible for self-expression went up, whereas those areas that inhibit outflow went down. So in a way, you were turning off the sensor and trying to promote the novel flow of unrestricted new ideas.
Okay, John, now we're going to record you improvising. We're going to be recording all of the notes that are coming out of your keyboard, and we want you to basically play whatever improvisation you like on that Bach melody, and feel free to start when you like.
I don't ever remember a time I could conceive of knowing music without knowing of the music of Bach. And in Bach's day, when he was at the keyboard improvising, he probably entered a very similar, very analogous neural state of activity where his medial or sort of midline front of the brain regions were highly active and his filtering mechanisms were off. I really truly think that that likely took place. It's become very remarkable to me that I've been able to take musical questions and medical questions and really try to merge the two and use what I've learned in a creative way to try to solve problems pertaining to what I view as the greatest mystery, and that's music and how the brain accomplishes music.
That was great, John. I think we got exactly what we need. How are you?
Good.
Right.
So just to sort of reiterate what Charles said here is that when he said that the part of the brain went up, what he was talking about is the more activation in the part of the brain that was self-referential. And in all his subjects, the part of the brain that censors was pretty much turned off. So he's now replicated this with rap musicians, and we're now doing a study with children, seeing with vision, having children reproduce an image and exactly as it is, and then ask them to reproduce an image in a creative way. And so we're looking to see if we're going to find the same, but he did between jazz and musicians, different modality completely. he did see very different ways. What this tells us, and this other research that I'm showing you now tells us, is that when children, and you can take a look and laugh if you want, just a darn minute, yesterday you said x equals 2, right? When we have kids think the same way all the time, think about plasticity. Let me take you back to the early part of my presentation, how the brain changes with experience. If children are never given experience to do creative kind of thinking, what we call divergent thinking, where there's no right answer, but they get to tinker around the edges and explore, we're never giving them the opportunity to recruit those parts of the brain that creates problem solvers. No wonder people, the Partnership for 21st Century Schools is saying, well, we're getting workers that don't know how to problem solve or think creatively. No wonder tests on the torrents are going down. We're spending a lot of time teaching kids how to pass high-stakes testing. I hope that changes with Common Core. We don't know what those assessments are going to look like. And I know what a difficult time it is now. I'm working with teachers all the time who are really in the we're adopting Common Core in Maryland, and we're a race to the top state. So they're being evaluated on test scores for tests that they're not teaching to anymore. So, you know, we've got a lot of transitions going on. But as leaders and as advocates, we have to advocate for the fact that we can't be keeping our children in convergent kinds of thinking all the time. Because we do know, again, different neural processes are at work when we're involved in creative and divergent thinking. And so here's an example of that book the children were studying, Hatchet. And rather than just writing an essay, which the teacher normally would do, they did that, but they also created a survival guidebook for the next person who would be caught in the wilderness. And then they looked in their own communities and created a Surviving the Community resource guide and looked at where are the fresh foods in our community? Where would you go if you needed medical care in the middle of the night? Where would you go if you needed medicine? So just being able to take a book about survival and take it into their own domain allows them to take that knowledge and engage in divergent thinking in real-world contexts. And so now we finish the brain target teaching model with brain target 6, and that's evaluation as a way to reinforce learning. That evaluation is really hand in glove with learning. It's not about, you know, what did they learn, but it's really about enhancing instruction, enhancing memory. So there are 4 things I'm going to talk about real fast. Frequent and useful feedback, active retrieval of information that we talked about already, spacing over time that we talked about already, and creative thinking and problem solving. So if you're doing that in teaching, then you've got to embed that kind of work in testing. You have to match teaching and testing, or it's educational malpractice, right? You can't test kids one way and teach them the next. Feedback, most powerful processes that teachers can give kids. Here's a study that showed an almost 500% improvement in retention when students were given correct feedback after incorrect responses. I love this, and this connects back to what we did this morning, where you were looking for that kind of feedback. We got feedback immediately. College students were told, you're going to do an assignment, and you'll either get right away, day 1, or 17 days later, you'll get feedback. And then they looked at their scores. And look at that graph. So here's non-participants, the control group, and here's the treatment group. So just the knowledge of when they would get feedback affected performance. And so the researchers thought that probably the salience of disappointment would be more proximal if they knew right away, so they studied harder, perhaps. Now, we already talked about active retrieval. Here's something I was looking to show you. just didn't have it both places. But here it is again. They studied and they were tested. They were just tested. They only studied. They did nothing. So there you see it in the graph. Active retrieval. But even though it's called the testing effect, any kind of retrieval should do the trick, right? And we think alternative assessments do that. And again, Rodiger and Butler are also saying that we should be spacing retrieval and that students remember information better if they make errors. So it's much better that they get retrieval not just after they learn something. You know, you teach something, typically, you teach it, you test it, and you move to the next chapter. If you teach it, you assess it, and then you go back and assess it again, even if there are errors, retrieve those errors better. So there's a lot of methods for providing feedback, and I think probably all of us know these methods in this room. I'm not going to go into them now. Here's an example on the left of what's very typical, ubiquitous in our schools. Mid-chapter review, this teacher's assessing estimation and measurement, perimeter, and on that side, she's testing it again, but this time she's saying, think of a farm, and think of what animals you want on your farm, and then draw pens that will hold the size of the animals and write the perimeter and area. So, and then the teacher gives the children a rubric. So, much better way to do that, and all of us can use rubrics, and I know all of us know how to do it. Here's an example of one of my classes. We created a rubric on a waiter, and you know, what is more performance space than a waiter? Sometimes I hear teachers say, you know, we do lovely projects with our kids, but we just don't know how to assess them enough to get a really good grade out of it. And so we do it as fun, but we're not really measuring well enough the learning from the activities that we do. So here we decided that we would assess our waiter, and our waiter got 3 points because he dressed nicely, and 2 points here. We weighted the other 3, and then we were able to come up with a quantitative measurement based on this rubric. So here, evaluating learning in our Hatchet, you can see that they used different rubrics, art reflection sheets. And so I put in red here what we learned from this morning and how it connects. You got free active retrieval of the information that you were learning, and it was immediate. You got immediate feedback on your learning from the use of the clickers, right? So that's the brain target teaching model, and you might say, well, what are the effects on learning, on teacher practice? I have to tell you that since 2003, when I wrote my first book, and some of my other writings, it was all about teachers need to know about how the brain thinks and learns to be better educators. Anybody who's a consumer now of this vast amount of knowledge that's coming out of the brain sciences, it shouldn't be neuro-law or neuroaesthetics or neuroeconomics. It should be neuroeducation that should be the focus here. We should be educating teachers about how we think and learn. They're the ones that need to know, not trying to sell products better. So I thought, okay, this has been, you know, my mission, but do teachers really need to know? I mean, what difference does it really make? So I had the opportunity in the last few years, I gave 3 different cohorts 30 hours of pro bono training in Baltimore City schools in brain-targeted teaching. And what I got out of all that was research. So I'm going to share with you, we had participants, this is study 1, 42 participants. We gave them knowledge of brain science in a long time. You got a snippet of it today. They got it in much more depth. And then they learned the brain-targeted teaching model. We did pre-post surveys about attitudes and using brain research. And then we did pre-post classroom observations with a sampling of teachers where we coded them for certain things we were looking for that we knew we'd taught. And then we did interviews. Our findings was that the training led to teacher practices, significant differences in teacher practices and perceptions in our pre-post testing. Some of the quotes, I'm only going to point out a few things. This teacher said, "The biggest thing I think I decided I wanted to change was based on all the things I learned was simply the arts integration piece. I'm not an artistic person. I consider myself 0.0 creativity." Not to mention, I don't flourish with a lot of chaos and clutter. So it really causes me a lot of stress just personally. But then she said, but what she learned was that she actually enjoyed teaching that way, and her students learned it too. And I'll point this one out to you. This teacher says, on a personal level, for the first time in a long time, I enjoyed teaching. I really did. She was in her 13th year. And also, we were talking before about learning communities, professional learning communities. To write these units, the teachers had to work together. They were writing them as a team and collaborating together. It really begs for collaboration, especially if you're integrating the arts. And so this person is talking about how she ended up with a different perspective from that kind of collaborative planning. So then we said, okay, that's great. Let's try another approach. So with our second cohort, we tested teacher efficacy. Now, teacher efficacy comes in two flavors. First is general efficacy. Do I believe teaching can make a difference for all children? Or do I think it only makes a difference for some children? All right? And I will say that when teachers are teaching high need populations, oftentimes their general efficacy tends to diminish. Okay? Here's an example from the efficacy literature. To teacher, I'd like you to teach grammar to these children because I think they learn from grammar and the teacher's resisting. I don't want to really teach it. And the principal says, well, what's wrong? Do you not know how to teach grammar? Oh, the teacher says, I can teach grammar anytime. I love to teach grammar. I just don't think grammar would be good for these kids. Okay? So that teacher had really good personal efficacy. She knew she could do it, but not very good general efficacy. She didn't think the children in front of her would benefit from that instruction. Now, I know you've all seen teachers and educators, we all work with them, who will say, there's only so much I can do, right? Well, in our cohort, we had 27 teachers here. We gave them 30 hours. We did a pre-post test. We matched them to a sample of teachers in Virginia. So we did a paired sample, matching them demographically, and then we matched them to the total sample. And here's what we found. After the 30 hours of training, our teachers were better in personal efficacy, much significantly higher than both the whole sample and the matched sample, full sample in personal efficacy, and the same thing with general efficacy. Here are some questions. When I really try, I can get through to the most difficult students. The teachers in our training, again, scored significant, they agreed with that significantly more than the other groups did. And the other group we had, this control group, we could assume they didn't have training in brain-targeted teaching from Virginia. Here's another question. If a student did not remember information I gave in a previous lesson, I would know how to increase his or her retention. Again, the students who had the training, the teachers who had the training, believed that they could do that significantly. This one is scored a different way, opposite way. A teacher is very limited in what she can achieve because a student's home environment is a large influence on achievement. And these teachers in ours cohort, as you can see, disagreed with that and felt that a teacher is not limited. The influence of a student's home experience can be overcome by good teaching. Again, once teachers had knowledge of all the things I told you about today, plasticity, neurogenesis, techniques of memory, they believed that that's true. We did a second cohort now where we did pre-post. So now we're testing whether or not our intervention is not just correlated with, but are we changing it within the individual? So then we did two cohorts, one a summer cohort and the other a long semester cohort. And here are the results. Here's what I just showed you. This is the matched sample. Here's only a 2-week summer course. This is pre-test, post-test, that's personal efficacy. Changed significantly for novice teachers. General efficacy stayed about the same. That's hard to change, someone's belief system. It's easier to change personal because you give somebody skills and they think, okay, I can do it now. But the spring cohort that had a longer period of time, we significantly changed both pre-post in personal and general efficacy. Now, novice teachers actually improved better than career teachers. Career teachers, we see bumps in personal efficacy in the second cohort, and is also higher but not statistically significant. So what it comes down to is that the novice teachers under 10 years were the ones showing the biggest gains in their belief system about children. Well, what is important to me about that, teachers mostly. First 5 years, exactly. So if we have an intervention that can improve teacher efficacy beliefs, as this intervention I think has done, then I think the implications for understanding neuroeducation is that it enhances their knowledge, it promotes effective teaching practices, and most important to me, it influences teachers' beliefs. And why do we care about teacher efficacy? Here's the punchline. It is the construct to be known as one of the most strongly correlated constructs and even predictive of student achievement. Finally, we did a doctoral dissertation on brain-targeted. He did a mixed method and quantitative study, and children, this is advanced reading scores, and they did better, the control site versus the treatment site. But this is the slide I really want to show you. These are free and reduced meal students, and you can see that the control site in yellow is actually outperforming the treatment site in 2003. But by 2005, look at the big jump there. Now, one of the reasons I think this demographic group improved the most is that when you think about what we do for children in poverty, and maybe even children in special education, do we give them the kind of teaching and learning that we would give gifted and talented students? Often not. Often we double dose them, right, in the very subjects that they're not doing well at. And we take away their art class because they have to have that second dose of reading. Right? You're nodding, right? You know. So I would maintain that while this is correlational, not causal, I would maintain that when we let children learn creatively and problem solve creatively, that they're going to get to advanced levels of reading just like everybody else. So that's the brain-targeted teaching model. One of the things I would say to you is that while there's a lot of information out there in the neurosciences, teachers, from brain-based education, you could walk out with a stack of books like that if you go into any conference. The information, I think, needed for me and for my teachers to be in a framework that made sense to them. And so this is a framework that you can give to your teachers that will take them through the steps of effective instruction mapped to the latest research in how the brain thinks and learns. So I'm going to let Emily Dickinson have the last word, since this is about the arts, and we haven't talked about poetry. So we're going to end with Emily Dickinson. The brain is wider than the sky. For put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea, for hold them blue to blue, the one the other will absorb as sponges buckets do. The brain is just the weight of God, for heft them pound for pound, and they will differ if they do as syllable from sound. Thank you for being a wonderful audience today. This is a free guide on my website. It's about 50 pages, and you can download it. And this reading companion guide summarizes every chapter of my book, provides guide questions for those of you who want to use it in professional development. And the biggest bonus is for each chapter, there are about anywhere from 5 to 10 links or more to other resources, YouTubes, all kinds of resources in this. On my website, if you go to resources, my website is www.braintargetedteaching.org. It's a treasure trove of information, and I have to say this was compiled by about 6 of my students over the last few years. So it's really nice. This is a real collaborative effort. Corwin Press did some editing with it, and so it is for free on my website. For those of you who like to study brain-targeted teaching in more depth, for the cost of a book, probably even cheaper than my book, in 1 month, EduPlanet 21 will be releasing their learning path on brain-targeted teaching. So there's 4 modules. The first module is what you heard from me in the beginning, kind of general, what is the difference between what teachers should know in neuromyth, that kind of thing. And then we go in, the modules are Brain Target 1 and 2 is module 2, 3 and 4, 5, and 6. Some of my teachers are filmed for it. There's readings involved, video clips. And as I say, it'll be out in about a month, completely online and pretty economical as far as I'm concerned. So that will be there. This is www.eduplanet21.com. And there you go. So thank you very much, and I think we're on time. All right. I'll be happy to stay behind if anybody has any questions for me.
Dr. Hardiman, thank you so much for sharing with us this afternoon. And thank you to each of you for being here. Also, thank you to Dr. Mazur, who I think had to catch a plane. Our thanks to Marcy Masamoto for organizing this day and really working hard. Marcy, we appreciate that. So before we close, some housekeeping for you. First of all, we really want to hear back from you what you thought about today. If you turn to the back of your brochure, you will notice that on the special conference notes page, it says, please provide your feedback about today's conference by using the QR code, okay? So if you have a smart device that has an app with a QR code reader, then feel free to read that. It will automatically take you to the evaluation. See, I don't have one of those. I didn't know what the heck that was. I thought it was a puzzle, a maze. I was trying to draw through the lines, and Marcy enlightened me. If you don't have that, you will notice that there is a link you can go to. It's listed at the bottom. It is case sensitive, so make sure that you use the capital C. Otherwise, you'll end up like I did this morning when I tried to go online, and I ended up with a site that says, date single women in your area. That wasn't where I was trying to go, okay? Honestly. On the back of the brochure, you will find a listing of events to come. And there's a great comprehensive list of activities, learning opportunities that are coming ahead. One of the things that I would call your attention to, Rick and Becky DeFore will be back in the Fresno area to do a 2-day conversation round, developing collaborative cultures, professional learning communities. Registration for that is open right now. So go to the Savelli website if you're interested in being there. It will fill up. We have 600 seats, and more than half of them are already taken. So that's important. Then on parking, if you did not park underground, if they directed you to another parking site, the the parking ticket, whatever we call it, that you got. Some folk that left early tried to check out, and the attendant said, oh, no, that voucher doesn't work here. So if you're in one of those locations and you have the voucher, the attendant says, we don't take that, ask the attendant to call Mike Bashian, that's B-A-S-H-I-A-N. His phone number is 264-6422. Again, 264-6422. And Mike Bashian will explain to the attendant that, yes,